My name is Sandra Kilgore, and I'm Vice Mayor of the City of Asheville, and we'd like to welcome you to April 23rd City Council meeting. Mayor Manheimer is unable to attend the meeting, so I have the honor of presiding over the meeting tonight. So at this time, I'd like to ask you to please remember to mute your cell phones. And if you would like to speak during the meeting, please sign up with staff at the table at the top of the stairs in the center. If you have parked in the Civic Center parking garage, please stop by the sign-in desk at the bottom of the stairs and get a validation sticker in order to park free. And at this time, I'd like to ask everyone to stand, and we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
This evening, we do have two proclamations. And the first is the naming April 2024 as Less Plastic Asheville Month. That proclamation will be read by Councilwoman Ullman. And at this time, we'd like to ask Ms. Anna Alsobrook, Ken Brim, Jane Lapping are here to accept the proclamation.
Yes,
right here.
Hey, so glad you're here. Whereas Earth Day is April 22, yesterday, and this year's global theme is Planet versus Plastics, which calls for widespread awareness of the health risks of plastics and a rapid phase out of all single-use plastics. And whereas single-use plastic products, including expanded polystyrene, styrofoam, are disposable and not designed for repeated use and are typically produced from petrochemicals. And whereas a significant volume of single-use plastic is discarded and becomes litter found in our rivers, our roadways, and other public and private areas throughout Asheville and its environment. And whereas a 2022 waste characterization study indicated that over 14.3% of Asheville's landfill residential waste is non-recyclable plastic. And whereas single-use plastic bag litter blocks storm drains, becomes entangled in treetops, and fouls public areas. And whereas single-use plastic litter can degrade into microplastics that threaten the environment and public health and have been detected in our own very South French Broad River. And whereas reducing the use of single-use plastics in our community will bolster the city's sanitation operations and extend the lifespan of our local landfill. And whereas single-use plastic reduction will safeguard community health and well-being. And whereas the city of Asheville is dedicated to reducing its carbon footprint, improving the quality of its French Broad waters, and maintaining a clean and healthy environment. And whereas the city of Asheville is dedicated to developing equitable, sustainable procurement processes informed by data from the Solid Waste Master Plan. And whereas the city of Asheville is dedicated to reducing single-use plastic consumption by replacing such plastics with alternatives where feasible and beneficial. And whereas the city of Asheville is dedicated to encouraging its employees to use reusable products and practices as part of a broader strategy to reduce plastic waste and protect the environment. And whereas the city is currently providing information and resources through the Less Plastic Asheville campaign, check it out on all your socials, to encourage residents to reduce their single-use plastic consumption. Now, therefore, I, Maggie Ullman, City Councilwoman of the City of Asheville, do hereby proclaim April 2024 Less Plastic Awareness Month. Thank you so much.
City Council persons, my name is Jane Laping, and I have prepared comments here. When I first moved to Asheville and saw plastic bags littering the roadway, I thought, passing a plastic bag ban in Asheville should be easy. That was 15 years ago. I have been volunteering with Plastic Free WNC for about 3 years now. We've been working for a plastic bag ban. We were so close to getting the city and county to agree when the state legislature said, no, you can't do that. That is why I am so pleased that City Council has issued a proclamation, not just for April 22nd, Earth Day, but for the entire month of April. And that the city is doing so much to reduce plastic use. The city is refusing to pick up yard waste in plastic bags, conducted a public input survey, and is offering a Less Plastic Asheville Challenge until May 31st. Implementing a plastic bag ban isn't the only way to reduce our plastic waste. By continuing to work together, we can solve this problem and leave a better world for generations to come. Thank you all for being here.
Okay, thank you. And at this time, the second proclamation for tonight is naming May 12th through 18th, 2024 as National Police Week and May 15th, 2024 as Peace Officers Memorial Day. Chief Mike Lamb, Captain Sean Otema, Captain Janice Hawkins, Captain Jonathan Brown, are here, along with others, to accept the proclamation. And we also have members of the Police Benevolent Association. Brandon Magashi is here. And also we have members of the Fraternal Order of Police. And at this time, I'd like to ask you to please come up to the lectern. At this time, the City of Asheville Proclamation. Whereas the Congress and President of the United States has designated May 15th as Peace Officers Memorial Day, and the week in which May 15th falls as National Police Week. And whereas the members of the law enforcement agency of the Asheville Police Department play an essential role in safeguarding the rights and freedoms of those inside the City of Asheville. And whereas it is important that all citizens know and understand the duties, the responsibilities, the hazards, and sacrifices of the law enforcement agency, and that members of our law enforcement agency recognize their duty to serve the people by safeguarding life and property, by protecting them against violence, disorder, and by protecting the innocent against deception and the weak against oppression. And whereas the men and women of the law enforcement agency of the City of Asheville's Police Department unceasingly provide a vital public service. Now, therefore, I, Esther E. Manheimer, Mayor of the City of Asheville, North Carolina, do hereby acknowledge May 12th through 18th, 2024 as National Police Week in Asheville, and call upon its citizens and all the patriotic, civic, and educational organizations to observe this week with appropriate ceremonies and observance in which all of our people may join in commemorating law enforcement officers, past, present, and who, by their faithful and loyal devotion to their responsibilities, have rendered a dedicated service for their communities, and in doing so have established for themselves an inevitable and enduring reputation for preserving the rights and security of all citizens. Furthermore, I hereby proclaim May 1st, 2024 is Peace Officers Memorial Day in Asheville, and call upon all citizens to recognize and honor those law enforcement officers who, through their courageous deeds, have made the ultimate sacrifice in service to their communities or have become disabled in the performance of their duty. Let us recognize and pay respect to the survivors of our fallen heroes. In the witness of, and I hereto, upon, lay my hand and cause the seal of the City of Asheville to be affixed the 9th day of April 2024, signed Esther E. Mannheimer, the mayor.
Council, thank you very much for recognizing the sacrifices that our officers make, the dangerous job that they do, and also the service to their community. It's important to understand, I am so proud of what our officers do on a regular basis, especially with less staffing. Last week, we had our 3rd homicide, unfortunately, of the year. That was someone who was shot broad daylight on Tunnel Road, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Our officers, despite being understaffed, were able to get there, apprehend the offender in 7 minutes, and safely take him into custody. Within a few hours, those officers had charged him with first-degree murder and was able to safely secure the crime scene and do the work that they had to do, even given less staffing. So again, I am constantly humbled to serve as chief of all these officers and all the great work that they do every day. So thank you so much for recognizing them and recognizing the service that they give to our community. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Brandon McGaha, and I represent the Police Benevolent Association, the officers of the men and women of Asheville. And on their behalf, the members of the PBA, I'd like to thank you all for this proclamation and what y'all are doing to improve the communication, the relationships that we have with you all and the community. So again, on behalf of the PBA, I'd like to thank you all.
Thank you so much, Council, for this proclamation. It means a lot. A friend of mine called me last night. His wife was on duty and got shot in the thigh last night. The men and women sacrifice all across the country. Today, the FOP is at the State Memorial. And then on the 15th, we'll gather 3,000 or 4,000 officers in Washington, D.C. and be hundreds of victims, mamas, daddies, brothers who's lost a loved one. I've been there every year. The president comes speak. It happens on Capitol Lawn. So all across this nation, men and women are putting their life on the line, regardless of the politics that's involved, regardless of the community, the sentiments that are against them and the sentiments that are for them. And I'm so proud to be a retired officer from the city of Asheville. I love this city. I love the men and women of the Asheville Police Department. I've seen them fight. I've seen the chief get cut across the neck. And all of this stuff happens. The men and women in the community don't realize it. They're brave men and women. And I hope that council will recognize that. And thank you for doing that. And this week, Memorial Week, as the FOP has their national memorial service in D.C., remember those little boys and little girls and mamas and daddies that's lost a loved one last year, and they'll be honored in Washington, D.C. Thank you so much, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Are we grateful to have such dedicated police force here in Asheville? Sometimes we don't really, thank them the way we should, or really understand the sacrifices that they make. And they need our support. And so I would greatly appreciate that everyone really look at them as people in the community who are here to protect us, who does so many things for us that goes unnoticed. And when you see them out, go up to them and thank them for their service, because they are our community. We are their community, and we're better together. And at this time, do any council members, we'll move on to the next thing on the agenda, which is the consent agenda. And so I'd like to ask, do any council member have any questions or comments about the consent agenda before moving forward?
Check, check, there we go. Vice Mayor, Councilmember Roney here. As I noted earlier today, I'd like to pull items G, H, I, and J for a separate vote, please.
This is Sage. I'll move to approve the consent agenda, less items G, H, I, and J.
This is Kim, second.
Okay. At this time, we'd like to open up our public comment. And for our first speaker this evening, just a minute, we have 10 individuals sign up to speak on the consent agenda this evening. And speakers, you will have 3 minutes. The city clerk is the timer at this meeting, and you will hear the buzzer at the end. And at this time, I'd like to call the first speaker will be Anna Moore.
Vice Mayor, I believe Ms. Moore has 3 other speakers, and so she would be allotted 10 minutes.
Okay.
Do we
And
have?
could we identify those?
Yeah. It looks like Cynthia Frazier, if you could just raise a hand.
Okay. And then we have William Snelson. Okay. And Gary Paris. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Everybody who is here from the Asheville Coalition for Public Safety, who is here to support the police today, please stand up. Thank you. City Council members and staff, first off, thank you as always for the amount of work that you put in. Very appreciated for your public service. I hope not to take 10 minutes because you guys have a really big night. It's just that way I won't get cut off at 3. Many of you know that 18 months ago, a group of citizens got together and said, it's time we come together to support the Asheville Police Department. And so we did. In the first meeting we had 17 people show up. And by the 4th meeting, we had 50 or 60 people showing up. And it became very evident that there was a disconnect from the community and the police department of how much that you all are loved and supported. You all were only hearing about those who were not supporting you. People were quiet. They were literally afraid to be vocal and support the police department. So one of the reasons why I want to talk on the consent is the bulletproof vests are up for, I guess they're grant funded, they're up for vote. And one of our council members in the past has not supported the body armor that the police need, and this is part of my story. Last year, I had taken what's called a ride-along with the police department to learn a little bit more. In fact, I took it in East, where we've had 2 murders this year already. And I didn't know quite what to expect. I showed up, wore sneakers, was told to be comfortable, and came dressed, ready to go on the ride-along. So I was out in Oakley, out there at that particular station, sat down with men and 1 woman who were definitely at least half my age. Sat there, got to talk to them and see them, and then a call came in. And the call that came in was for an armed robbery call. Very first call we went on. And without hesitation, kind of like the fire department, hearing they need to go put out a fire, no one said a word. They got up. They did not walk to their cars. They ran. They literally ran. And I ran with the officer, which I was assigned to. To be honest with you, the scariest part of the night for me was the ride to the armed robbery. I'm not good in fast cars. I know most people would want to go on a ride along so they could go through the red lights. That scared me the most, you guys. I was like white knuckles like this. So we went to that. Now, the part of this story is to let you know that when they get a call for an armed robbery, one police or two police cannot go to that. They have to have multiple police go to an armed robbery for what I think is obvious reasons. So a call like that pulls so many policemen to go to that call. And then those people are going to be pulled out of the district from other calls. So I didn't really understand what short staffing looks like until I went on a ride along. I was very naive. I didn't get it. And I could see the call volume in the car on the screen, just constant. And the ODs, and I saw just an unbelievable amount of call volume. And they're sitting there trying to figure out which calls to take and which calls not to take. Some of the calls were sex offenders sitting in, out-of-state sex offenders sitting in the nature center parking lot doing drugs in their cars. Lots and sadly, lots of drug addiction up and down Tunnel Road, and every single building, there are people, it's a lot more at nighttime than it is during the day. We went to Pisgah View, we went, all over East. They care deeply about watching over the kids who are at the parks, playing soccer. They really, really care deeply about their jobs. It's a tough job. And it really is a dangerous job. So as far as the body armor goes, they gave me a quick tutorial. They have 3 types of body armor. I didn't know this. I always thought they just had one type of body armor. They have the kind that, I'll bet you that our uniformed officers right now, are you guys wearing some right now? Yeah. They have their everyday body armor. They have another type of body armor depending on the types of guns they think will be used on them. And then if they get the really horrible call that there's an active shooter in our community, let's say at a school, they have a type of body armor that soldiers wear that they put on that I could barely honestly lift up. It's like really, really heavy, and they have to wear a helmet for that. So when you vote on the body armor, just understand their different types, and they are rushing towards incredible danger where the rest of us would be deeply frightened to go towards. And then one other thing I want to say and end on is that I had the good fortune to be able to see the patrol board in the police department. It's on one board. And I thought about it later because all the names are very organized according to shifts, and there's a shift up for the daytime shift and a nighttime shift. But I saw, it just kind of hit home that all of our officers were right there on one board. And that's the group of people protecting Asheville. They're all there, and if y'all want to go and see it, it's kind of cool to just visually to take that in, that they're all right there on one board. So we are the Asheville Coalition for Public Safety. We've been around 18 months. We wrote y'all a letter, and we are supporting the 6% increase. Now, I don't know whether the police department will get that. We're supporting it for the sworn officers, sworn meaning the ones who put themselves in the line of danger when they go to work every day. And it's only 1.89% higher than the suggested across-the-board raise for all city staff. It's just a slight bit higher. And the reason why we're asking for it is because we're trying to stay competitive with other cities, and Asheville, as you all know, is incredibly expensive, as it is all the way out in Buncombe County to live here. So we're here to support a 6% increase. So if you support a 6% increase for sworn officers, please raise your hand. Thank you. Thanks for listening.
Our next speaker will be Helen Hyatt.
Hello, Council.
I'm here to speak on item agenda D in the consent agenda. For 10 years that I've lived on South French Broad, 185 South French Broad has been abandoned, dangerous, and derelict. It's a constant place where people are there taking their drugs. There are holes in the floor, and there is no roof. The police and the fire are prohibited from entering as it's too dangerous. During Halloween, the middle school kids walk past there. They're daring each other to go into the haunted house, and it's only a matter of time before there's something really bad happens there. We had an assault there that happened in 2023, and it's taken us almost a year to get this onto the agenda to get this house demolished. And so we would also like to thank the Asheville Police Department for all the considerable amount of time they spend on our street, keeping it safe, and they've helped us consistently with our issues. And I would like for you all to vote to demolish this house at 158 South French Broad and to approve the bulletproof vests for Asheville Police Department. And I have some members from our people that have joined me from our street that are hoping that you will approve this. Thank you.
Our next speaker this evening will be James Cameron. Next speaker, James Cameron. We'll move on to our next speaker, which is Terry Hess. Our next speaker will be Jonathan Wainscott.
Hi, my name is Jonathan Wainscott, and I'd like to talk about item U, which is the procurement of 15 new diesel 30-foot buses for the transit system. And I know that last year we had some diesel buses. I think we bought 5 last year. And Ms. Ullman, I know that it broke your heart that we had to go and invest in diesel buses, and we wish that we could move on to electric and all that kind of stuff. And we can kind of see how that worked out now. And now we have to get 15 buses, which is almost half of the entire fleet of these 30-foot buses. And it causes me some heartburn, not because of the money that we're spending. It's a great deal. It's $2 million for 15 buses, which is, it's quite a bargain, I think. But what bothers me is the size of the buses, which I know that we can't necessarily change our transit system right now, but we're about to spend $300,000 on consultants to advise us on how we should develop and maintain our transit system and whatnot. And so I would really like to consider smaller vehicles be used, not to replace the entire fleet, but just smaller vehicles that are cheaper to use, probably have less requirements for training and driving, and we could expand the route services by having more nimble vehicles that can get into neighborhoods, especially because we're on this road diet kick. And the thing about the road diet, it's not so much a road diet, it's more like a road gastric bypass, because we keep hemming in all of our lanes to make the road lanes. Did you hear the fire trucks? I was coming down this road, and when the fire trucks went by right before the meeting began, I was passing school buses, and it's all clogged up, because we're hemming up our traffic guts. And so, you got to consider the size of the things that you're putting in. Like right now, I could absolutely eat a 16-inch Italian sub with everything on it because I'm hungry and I haven't had gastric bypass surgery. But when we are making our roads smaller and smaller and smaller to put more multimodal things in it, you got to consider the size of the things. Otherwise, we're going to get the traffic calming that we want to have is going to become traffic irritating and traffic constipation. So as we go forward and we're going to be spending money, I would just love, for smaller vehicles to be used in our tiny roads here in Asheville. Thank you so much. I'm going to go get a snack, and I'll be back for informal later on.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Mackenzie Asher.
Hello. My name's Mackenzie Asher. I live in the South French Broad neighborhood. Thank you for listening. I'm here to speak on consent agenda item D, the demolition of 158 South French Broad Avenue. I love my neighborhood. I love my neighbors. I grew up in Asheville, and I went to summer camp at the YWCA, which is in our neighborhood. We have lots of young families living in South French Broad now. 4 babies were born in the last year in South French Broad. So our neighborhood's been working really hard to try to clean some things up that have been going on in the last couple of years. We started the process for the demolition of this house after one of our neighbors, who is a legacy neighbor, was attacked in his home from someone who was a vagrant living in that house next door. That house is littered with all kinds of syringes, trash, holes where people can fall through. It's an eyesore and it's incredibly dangerous. And because of this issue, I also wanted to try to use this opportunity to let you know about some of the other issues that we're dealing with in our neighborhood related to this house and the vagrants. Something changed in 2023 in our neighborhood, and my suspicion is that it's something along the lines of when the cat's away, the mice will play. We've had tons of drugs on our street, prostitutes constantly. On Saturday, there were 10 to 12 prostitutes walking South French Broad at different times of the day. There's always prostitutes and prostitutes and a pimp and or drug dealer standing at the corner of Bartlett and South French Broad. Every day you can drive by, morning, night, they're there. And just tons of vagrants wandering the neighborhood. It wasn't this bad before. Before 2023, I would make 3 to 4 calls from my home to APD in a year, and now I'm making 3 to 4 calls per day in a week. So the situation has been bad for us, and we've been working with APD to try to fix some of these issues, but the problem is this is considered low-level crime, and so they're not really able to support us in the way that they would have done before. So since it's appreciation for APD, I wanted to say thank you for helping us in the ways that you have been able to help us. But I do think that our neighborhood needs help with these issues on our street. And so I would like to continue working with council on this and working with APD on this. But I think demolishing this building at 158 South French Broad will be a first step in helping our neighborhood with some of these issues. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our last speaker this evening will be Linda Chan.
Hello, Asheville City Council members. Thank you for all the work that you do. My name is Linda Chan, and I am a proud resident of the South French Broad neighborhood in the historic South Side neighborhood. I'm here to speak on Consent Agenda D. I stand before you to request support in demolishing 158 South French Broad Avenue. This house has been abandoned for nearly 20 years, and the roof and floors have caved in, and like Helen mentioned, is where local Asheville Middle School students dare each other to go in from time to time. More seriously, it has been the location of criminal activity leading to multiple fires every year, and is where, most recently, my neighbor was brutally beaten by a vagrant who is sheltering in that house. Mr. Jackson is a legacy Asheville native neighbor who has lived in that house next door to the abandoned house with his family since the 1960s. Mr. Jackson was found hours later in a pool of his own blood in his kitchen.
Good afternoon. I'm Mr. Jackson. I'm Robert Jackson. And I live directly next door to the house in question. And it's terrible. I mean, they're doing drugs, prostitution, anything that you can imagine is happening next door. And it's crazy. March of last year, someone came to the door and said he was sick. And could he get some water? Me, like an idiot. Okay. No, I'm not going to call myself an idiot for helping, trying to help somebody. And the next thing I know is I'm struggling because he wanting to steal the car. He wanting to do this. And next thing I'm waking up and I'm in the emergency room. Blood all over the house. It was terrible, terrible, terrible. But they act like they live there. And with you guys' help, the house really does need to be demolished because they walk in the front door as if they live there and told me they live there. And I'm right next door. And they sweeping and it's madness. So if you could find it in your hearts, please help us. And thanks to the APD because they responded so quickly for me. Thank you.
Esteemed council members, on behalf of our neighborhood, please approve the demolition of 158 South French Broad. 20 years is too long for Mr. Jackson and the rest of the neighborhood to wait. The ongoing risks to our community members, especially our vulnerable elderly and minority neighbors, demand immediate action. By removing this hazardous structure, we can enhance the safety and quality of life for everyone in the neighborhood. Thank you.
At this time, this ends our consent agenda speakers. And at this time, we have a motion and we also have a second. At this time, I'd like to take a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Motion passes. And thank you. And at this time, we'd like someone like to make a motion for approval of items G, H, I, and J on the consent agenda.
So moved.
Can I get a second?
Sage, second.
And at this time, I'll take a vote. All in favor?
So, Sandra, if I might, before that, as I mentioned, I'd like to take a moment of privilege before we vote. Thank you. Maggie, can you put up the slide that I requested? Okay. Everyone in Asheville deserves to be safe. We've had conversations tonight and are going to be hearing a lot about safety tonight, starting with this consent agenda. So I wanted to share a little bit of my concern and focus. True safety identifies community needs and utilizes the correct tools. Tools like mental health clinicians at the 911 call center, community response teams, including uniquely qualified behavioral health clinicians, care navigators for extended follow-up, meaning beyond the crisis happening. Co-responder unit, which we are seeing start at the sheriff's office and the county level. Violence interrupter programming, including community health workers and peer support specialists, which many organizations in our community are working to bring to the table, but don't have the full funding they need to be to the capacity that we need. This is what a holistic, empathetic assistance response team could look like, a HEART program for Asheville. But we're missing key components here. So, along with living wages for staff retention and recruitment, this does not have to be a far-off reality. It's a list of data-driven community safety solutions to the real crisis our community is facing with programming starting here in Buncombe County. Durham's doing it. Raleigh and Fayetteville are following Durham's lead. With the vacancy-rated APD, we have both an opportunity and an obligation to initiate a community safety department, to start sending the right person with the right tools and training during crisis of behavioral health, substance use poisoning, overdose, and homelessness. But it requires a fundamental shift in our priorities. And so I have to, every year, I have to ask myself, are we doing what we can? Am I doing what I can? This is my 4th budget season in this seat, but I've been in 9 budget seasons, and so 5 years in the seats that you're sitting in the audience. In February, I asked to meet with our new fire and police chiefs, and I look forward to that meeting hopefully happening, because I believe We have a concerned and caring community, as we see some folks here today and many more that couldn't be here, that will support our current leadership in City Hall so we can invest in community safety and better serve our community. But today, I have to do what I can. Our staff need bulletproof vests and first aid kits, and I know the City of Asheville can and will fund them. I remain committed to transparency and accountability in our budgets, plans, and policies, to doing everything I can to shift to the quality, equitable public safety response our community deserves. And that means saying no today so that I can say yes to what our community needs when it comes to us. So thank you for hearing my position, and I defer to the Vice Mayor to continue with the vote.
I have a question for you, Councilwoman Roney.
Yes,
if you don't
ma'am.
mind. I'm fully supportive of all of these, but at first glance, it appears to me that they are all functions of the county government, statutorily mandated, in fact, for the county to provide health and human services. Which of these do you believe the city should step into, perhaps stepping on the toes of the county? Which of these do you think is appropriate for the city government to handle?
So cities across North Carolina, starting with Durham's program that has a dashboard, includes the top 4: mental health clinicians, community response teams with behavioral health clinicians, care navigators, and a co-responder unit within Durham City. And that's why Raleigh and Fayetteville are looking to follow that same model. So that tells me that there's precedent in North Carolina for cities to step into this role.
Does Durham County or Wake County also have these?
Durham City and County are a combined government, so it's a fully embedded combined organization. So
Okay, so that makes sense to me. So it is actually the county providing the work.
Right.
Thanks so much.
Are there any comments? At this time, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay.
No.
Okay, motion passes. Thank you. At this time, we'll move on to our new business. And we've had to move the agenda around a little this evening. And at this time, we'd like to go to our new business. The first thing on the agenda would be item A, resolution allocating housing trust funds to specific affordable housing projects. And this will be presented by Saskia Vatunsky.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Saskia, I like it.
So my name's Sasha Vertunsky. I'm the Affordable Housing Officer. I'm here to present recommendations for housing trust fund allocations for this coming fiscal year. So first, a few key takeaways. We got 6 eligible applications and totaling over $9 million for this round. Our current balance is about $4.95 million in the Housing Trust Fund, and that includes the coming $500,000 that is allocated in the new budget. We coordinated this round of funding with Buncombe County's process to assist in decision-making and provide more predictability to the development community. We are recommending 5 projects totaling $4.6 million in Housing Trust Fund to assist in the construction of 197 units. And this recommended allocation will leverage an additional almost $58 million in development spending, and 48.5 of that, which is non-government spending. And so making these allocations will use almost all the available funds in the Housing Trust Fund. Really quickly, just a review of our schedule. We did a call for applications back in December. Our application deadline was at the end of January. We had an overview of the projects and process at the HCD committee in March. And last week, the committee reviewed all the applications and recommendations and made a recommendation to City Council. So just quickly, a summary of the eligible applications. I'm not going to read I'll go through each of these projects, so I'm not going to read all of these lines. But basically, we had 4 rental projects and 2 homeownership projects in the group. So first, the rental applications. The first project is Star Point Apartments. This is at 16 Restaurant Court. You've seen this project before as a conditional zoning, and you've also seen it because the city loaned $850,000 for the land acquisition. The developers Mountain Housing Opportunities, they requested $1.5 million. That was both requested from the city and the county combined, so it could be split however we want to split it. So this is a 9% low-income housing tax credit project for 60 units at 60% AMI average. So there are units at lower AMIs in this project. 20% of the units are dedicated to youth aging out of foster care. They're asking for a 40-year loan at 0% interest with 40 years of affordability. The total investment after the request would be 2.35, and that's counting the entire 1.5 million. So you can kind of disregard that. The project has efficiencies, 1 and 2 bedroom units. This is their capital stack. They have a primary lender at First Citizens at 1.6 million, an RPP loan that's from NCHFA, and the equities, obviously the 9% tax credit is the biggest chunk of this, around 10 million. And this shows our previous commitment and Buncombe County's previous commitment. Pros and cons: 60 new affordable apartments, a large number of 1-bedroom units, which we really do need in our community. The foster youth to independence vouchers for the folks aging out of the foster care systems is great. It's a new initiative in our community. The only concern is the 40-year loan term and the 0% interest. And another pro I should have said is this is located right next to Tunnel Road with lots of access to transit and services and jobs. So this is the most complicated one, which means I shouldn't have put it first, but it is. I just can't change it. So anyways, I'm going to walk you through this a little bit. So city staff and county staff, we discuss projects that we have in common, and we try to come to some kind of agreement of how we're going to fund them together. The city and the county staff are asking MHO to defer part of their developer fee, which they have agreed to do, which reduces the gap to some extent. They also will be a tax-exempt project through the county, which also can reduces their taxes through the life of the project. So that can reduce the gap in funding as well. With these adjustments, we had come to a recommendation of both city and county having equal investment around 1.1 million or so. So the county, which previously gave $500,000, they would give $350 to match ours to $850. And then we would both give $250 to $838, which you can see here. And that, yeah, so at the bottom, 1.102 would be the contribution. And that is just outlined here. But MHO came back to both the city and the county, and I believe you may have received an email from them saying that that actually didn't work the way we thought it would work, that their loan agreement or the letter from their lender, they can't really extend the loan, make a bigger loan. So they have asked both the city and the county to contribute $195,744 more equally. That will close the gap. Just this afternoon, Buncombe County's Affordable Housing Committee met. We were hoping they were going to vote. They did not vote, but we did hear a recommendation that they would fund it at 1.3 million, which basically means they were writing in this 195,744 to their recommendation. So we don't have a clear guarantee that that's going to happen, but I think we do think it's a good possibility. They are meeting again on April 30th. I will come back to this at the end of the presentation. We do have sufficient funds to accommodate this request. So I'm going to move on to these other projects and try to go quickly because I have a lot of slides here. The next project is Rowers Affordable on Pine Lane. This is just off Brevard Road, south of the car dealerships, but north of the farmer's market and all of those things. Did I say that right? North of the outlet mall, I'm sorry. Their request is approximately 3.9 million. This is a 4% low-income tax credit project. And with 4% projects, the gap is larger because they're getting less equity from their tax credits. This 126 units at 60% AMI, so that is low-income housing tax credit project. I said that before. 30-year loan term at 2% interest with 30 years of affordability. Their request to us is 8.5% of total development cost, which is under our 10% cap in our policy. A conditional zoning will be required, so they will be coming in front of you for that in the future. And their tax credit application's in progress. Staff noted that it has high-quality amenities and it has 1, 2, 3, and 4 bedroom units. And this is their capital stack. They did request $8.6 million from Buncombe County. Today, the recommendation was approximately $7.5 million. So I haven't had a chance to discuss that with the developer, but that's a significant portion of the gap that they've outlined. The county got a lot of requests for, I think it's close to 39 million possibly in requests. So the pros of this project is experienced low-income housing tax credit developer. They have projects all over the country. So they're a solid developer. All the units that'll be at 60% AMI or below. And the subsidy is around $31,000, which is a reasonable subsidy given our climate today in our market. It aligns with our consolidated plan that prioritizes rental housing affordable to 60% AMI. And also, you know, a great thing about this project is that proposed bedroom mix includes 21 4-bedroom units. It also includes 63 3-bedroom units, which is something we don't see very often, so it's going to be able to accommodate a lot of families. The only concern is this is a big number for us. I think this would be the biggest loan we've ever made from the Housing Trust Fund. But I think that's what it takes for a 4% project these days. The next project is Overlook 157 at 157 New Leicester Highway. You all have seen this project before as a conditional zoning and as a Luigi project. The developer is Cohen Esri, which is also a nationally known, well-established developer. Their request is $2 million for 72 units at 80% AMI. A 3-year loan term, so it's a construction loan, so it's a little bit different. 2% interest, 8 years of affordability. In our policy for construction loans, the affordability requirement is less because we're getting our money back very quickly. The request is 9.45% of the total unit cost. They are pretty much close, ready to be built, to start building. They do have that Luigi grant for $1.688 million, which includes 29 units affordable for 20 years. But just overall, just to clarify, 51% of the units will be affordable and 49 will be market rate. So when I say 72 units, that does include those 29 units under the Luigi. They accessed some capital from Enterprise Community Partners, which has a development arm, which is where some of those affordability requirements are kicking in. And they have a large loan, commitment from Stearns Bank. We did work with a consultant, TDA, which is an affordable housing consultant, to analyze our applications to help staff this year. And it became clear that Stearns actually could loan them even more money. They were willing to go up even higher, and that this application was probably more because of our low interest rates than a true need to make that affordable housing happen. So I'm getting ahead of myself here. So that we noted that in the concerns for this. So we believe there's actually other funding for this project besides the Housing Trust Fund. So the pros of this loan would be that we would get our money back pretty quickly with interest. And then the concerns also included that it's really targeted to 80% instead of lower in incomes.
And Sasha, just to be clear, so it's not actually, because of our previous agreement with them, there will be 72 affordable units, but this ask would not increase any affordable units. It would just be another layer of subsidy for those same.
Our previous agreement is the 29 units for 20 years.
Okay.
The 72 units is going to be up
for
to
the
them
short period.
if they can, yeah.
Thank you.
But I believe, Enterprise Community Partners has their own affordability requirements if they're used for equity. The last rental project is Hospitality Houses. The developer, by the same name, is a brand-new organization. They're requesting $40,000. They are asking for money for accessory dwelling units in different locations. This loan would be for 2 supportive units, housing units, at 60% AMI or below. They're asking for a 3-year loan term at 2% interest with 10 years of affordability, and really it's 10 to 15 years. The by right use, yes, it's a by right use, so there's no special zoning permits for this use. We consider this to be a pilot project. It's like a new kind of model of doing some affordable housing on a small scale. They are working with a local nonprofit, Western Carolina Rescue Mission, to provide supportive services to the renters. And so the total cost per unit is $67,000. And so we would have, if funded, we would have $20,000 in each unit. So we're being asked just to fund 2 units. So that's around 30% of the total cost of development. They are working, they've gotten lots of donations, in-kind labor. They've already built, or they're about finished. They're getting close to being finished with their first unit, which we would not be involved in at all. So far it's been going well. They also requested funding from Buncombe County. I don't know where that landed yet. And they're also applying to other foundations and for donations. So the good things about this idea and this application, it's kind of a new outside the box model. It's a modest investment for us of $40,000. Because they're a brand new organization, they've partnered with Western Carolina Rescue Services, and they've been around for a very long time. And they actually have their caseworker who's a licensed social worker who will be working with those clients and meeting with them weekly to make sure they're being successful in getting their needs met and getting ready. This is transitional housing, if I didn't say that. So the idea is that they would be there up to 2 years and then move into possibly a market rate unit or another affordable unit of a more permanent kind. Concerns, they are brand new. They don't have their 501c3 status yet. There is some risk in involved in making this loan, but it's a pretty small risk. We'll be working with them and they'll be learning as they go, and we will learn with them and try to make sure they are successful.
Sasha, so if they don't have a 501c3, we can't legally contract with them. So we would contract with the rescue ministries and they're fiscally sponsoring them?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you for clarifying that. The last 2 applications are both for down payment assistance. They're somewhat different from each other. The first one is the Mountain Housing Opportunities Loan Fund. They have requested $1.5 million to be spent over 5 years, scattered sites within the city, dedicated to serve families at 80% AMI or below. They're asking for a 40-year loan term at 0% interest with 10 years of affordability. This equates out to approximately $40,000 per home. And generally they track this project, this program of MHOs has been around for a very long time, and they have tracked their applicants. And so they know that usually, and the majority of their applicants are BIPOC. And also I believe like the average AMI of folks they're working with are at 62% AMI. So it's 60% below, but it's, there's probably a range. People have different incomes and different needs. They have also, they are applying to NeighborWorks America and some other sources for this funding. I did not say this, but this is a shared equity model. So when, say if somebody takes a loan out, if the house costs $200,000 and the down payment assistance is $40,000, when it comes time to sell their home, they repay that plus whatever percentage that was. So if 40,000, I've worked myself into a corner, it's 20%. Thank you. If 40,000 is 20% of the full cost of the home, and the home increases to $300,000 in value, they will repay that 40% plus another 20%. So that's 5,000. So they would repay 45,000, and they would get to keep the 55,000 as they're, gained equity.
And then the organization, in this case MHO, that 20,000 gained by them would then go into another down payment
Right.
for a future.
So as costs increase and sales prices increase, obviously the DPA needed to subsidize a homeowner goes up as well. So it's a way of kind of recycling the money and keeping it going.
Is there a time frame they have to hold this loan?
No, I mean, I don't think, is there a limit on it? Like
Yeah,
when they-
like say, for instance, before you can sell it, it's no time frame on it.
No, I don't believe so. You just wouldn't gain much equity and, and I should have said at the beginning, all the applicants are here, so they can answer questions at the end if I don't know the answer to it.
Okay.
So the pros of this project is that it expands the operations of an existing successful DPA program that has a long track record of assisting low-income home buyers. They're very well-established local CDFI, and we know they get it done. They're leveraging existing program resources, and the subsidy per unit is reasonable for a home buyer initiative in our area. The request of 1.5 million is a large one, and given the other projects under consideration, we believe the multi-year piece of this would be better funded in a future year when we have more funds available. So the last one, Habitat for Humanity down payment assistance. This request is for $146,000 for homes scattered throughout the city. They are dedicating this for families at 60% AMI or below. We would have a 30-year loan term with 0% interest with 30 years of affordability. They will rehabilitate 4 homes. They will actually acquire 4 homes, rehab them if needed, and then sell them to qualified buyers. So our money would be used for the acquisition and the down payment assistance, not the rehab per se, just to be clear. We have done this with Habitat before, with bond funds. The City Council approved an $860,000 loan for 8 homes, scattered sites. So I've been through a few of these closings with home buyers, and it works pretty well. So they repay part of the portion of the loan, but a part of it stays with the home buyer. So at the end of the day, each home buyer would, have approximately, a quarter of this money, which I have somewhere. Habitat's a pretty large organization. They're self-funding the rest of the cost of that acquisition and rehab. So our portion would only be 10%, which meets our policy, and they will, self-finance the rest. I went the other way. So pros, they're preserving affordability in 4 homes previously developed by Habitat. I should have mentioned that before. So we're keeping homes affordable. It's a modest cost per unit compared to the initial cost in a typical home buyer project. They haven't identified individual homes yet, but we will work with Habitat staff to make sure we have adequate information on each home and that each home buyer is qualified, which is something we always do. Oh my God. It's okay. We've all done it. Really quickly, so all these projects were reviewed by Housing and Community Development last week. They voted unanimously 3-0 to approve the funding trust fund allocations in the amount of $404,600,018,204 to produce 197 units. And they have an additional recommendation to allocate up an additional $195,000. I probably should have said $744 for Star Point, contingent upon the county vote. The fiscal impact of our recommendations, our housing trust fund, at the end of all of this, we would have approximately $440,000 left. That with that additional 195, I'm getting ahead of myself here. Let me go to this. So we are recommending the following amounts: $252,838 for Star Point, the full $3.879 million for rowers. We are not recommending Overlook 157 because the reasons I outlined, the affordability time period, who it's serving, their access to other capital. The MHO DPA, we're recommending for funding the first year of that for $300,000. Habitat DPA, we're recommending fully funding that. And that gets us to 4.618 million.
And Hospitality House.
And thank you, Hospitality Houses for 40,000. So going back to the Star Point issue, they requested that we split that remaining gap with the county. Staff supports that if the council wishes to do that, and we do have the funds to do that.
So is the number on the next slide inclusive of that 195 when you did your chart?
No. And actually, because this is from our same presentation. And I did write an alternate motion for you all, and I can pass it up there. The new total would be 4.813948, which includes that 195,744.
I have a question as you're walking back. Can you talk to me about, just add a little more depth? The fiscal impact slide talks about a planned allocation from the general fund.
Right.
So that, am I reading that correctly? That is next year's budget pledged to this year?
Well, these are allocations for next budget year, in a way, if that makes sense.
All of these expenses are anyhow.
Yes.
So I guess I'm a little, so our current balance is 4.5. We add to that generally every year. And so we're anticipating the 500.
Yeah.
Okay, that answers what I was wondering.
Yeah.
Sasha, thank you for all your work on this.
Sorry, it was more garbled than normal.
No, I thought you did great. It's a lot of information. It's a lot to digest, but, and I'm on the housing committee, so I've seen it before. But I just wanted to say thank you to you and your staff. It's I feel really good about this set of recommendations. I don't know if that's me feedbacking. Okay. Generally speaking, because, you know, when we did the GO bond in 2016 and made a big move in affordable housing, and we're looking at doing it again in this coming cycle. And when we reflected on our successes with the bond monies, we were really quick to realize that the HTF, our Housing Trust Fund, which is our low interest loan fund, which is what we're talking about tonight, was the most productive, right? The biggest bang for the buck in producing affordable units with the monies we had. So now when I see it like this, I'm realizing like the way we've aligned it and got them all in one process and we can see them next to each other and align with the county, we're also seeing more diverse projects. So we've got family size units, which we really rarely see, y'all. 3 and 4 bedroom units is just rare. We've got aging out of foster care. We've got some new innovative backyard solution that could be great. We've got down payments assistance for home ownership. We've got deep affordable units targeting the 60% AMI. And now we have even large projects along dense transit corridors. So I guess I just want to kind of celebrate that moment because it's a really good success, I think, and great project selection. It makes me think that we should be doing more with the Housing Trust Fund. My question for you is, and we talked about this a little bit in HCD, now that we've aligned with the county and had this broad process, going into a possible other affordable housing bond referendum, do you think that would we consider breaking this up into little pieces for some more mobility of smaller projects? You know, we talked about this a little bit, like the one that came to us, the hospitality houses for, I think it was 60,000, 80,000. You know, that could come to us anytime in the year. What do you think about just this one process versus maybe opening it up to more again? Do you have any input on that?
Honestly, I haven't thought about rolling applications just because it makes workload unpredictable.
What about buckets?
But I have thought about potentially, like, should we have a bucket just for small projects? And I don't, you know, as you all know, we're working on an affordable housing plan. And I do want to make sure that that process gets honored and thinking about that with enterprise. Yeah. I think, you know, we could start thinking about the Housing Trust Fund being more oriented to that 60% AMI and below, as that, you know, that being the more focused, you know, how we do business with that not counting home ownership. Home ownership's a whole different world when we start talking about income. But, yeah, so I don't think I'm ready to commit to anything.
Yeah, and I didn't want you, I just kind of wanted to bring it up so that our fellow councilwomen knew that was kind of something we're discussing at the housing level, that, you know, we want to be able to do this in the same timeline as the county and really address projects neighbor by neighbor, project to project, but also we may need some additional flexibility if we do another affordable housing bond. And
I mean, the one thing I did say at HCD is that I think small, local projects, like, when I say small, I mean like under 40 units or under, you know, something smaller, or newer developers, they have a hard time waiting a whole year. Like, you know, they're working on it, and it's, a bigger developer can plan out, they're planning 2-3 years out of what they're going to apply for and when. But a smaller, newer developer is maybe jumping on a chance to get a piece of land, and that's their chance.
Right.
So there's a little bit of a different kind of timeline there.
just some food for thought.
So when we're talking about affordable housing, and I know our goal was that we set in the retreat was equitable, affordable housing. There's two layers that I think about as the cost of housing, but additionally the cost of utilities and the cost of transportation. So normally when we're having conditional zoning questions, I would ask, what's the plan for renewables to help people's bills stay affordable? Because Duke Energy just keeps jacking up the rate. Do we have that conversation with folks when they're applying? Like, I know we don't have a point system yet for this layer, but does that ever come up in the conversations with applicants?
I honestly, no, I don't have that conversation at this point.
And then the second one is transportation. And this isn't so much for staff, but it's maybe for council, because we're having this conversation about transit. And for me, when we look at being able to build affordable housing, it's like, who's it for? Should having a car be a prerequisite to accessing the housing that the city is using our tax dollars to build? And so I did a little run real quick of all these locations that I could, because some of them are broad. An example of a really good transit corridor investment is the Star Point. It's on the highest ridership route. It's on that We1, We2. It runs every 20 minutes. The last available ride is 11 p.m. So you can get to and from work from those units. Some areas for improvement, I think, from our system side, as we're moving working class folks farther from the core of the city and to the edges of our city. The rower is on the W2. You have to leave by 8:30. It's not as bad as some of the 7:30 routes that we have. But the overlook, I realize that we don't have a recommendation to actually fund it, is on the S3 and S6. And we know that's like the next move that we have to make for core service. It's every 45. But the location that's defined for the hospitality houses is on the W2. You would have to have left at 4:15 this afternoon to get home. And it takes an hour and 19 minutes to commute. So for me, this is something we need to talk about because it's on the same route that where we need the ferry road infrastructure as well. So I just want to make sure when we're talking about affordability, we're not just talking about housing, but also folks being able to afford their utilities and their transportation costs so they can spend more time with their families at home. And that's an infrastructure that's on us to like make sure that we're funding while partners are bringing these affordable housing solutions on board. That said, I'm excited to support these partnerships. Thank you.
Do we have any other questions or comments, council members?
No, but I'm happy to make a motion.
If not, I would like someone to make a motion.
So considering what we heard about the Star Point additional ask and the availability of funds, I'm going to move to recommend approval of the Housing Trust Fund allocations in the amount of $4,813,948 for 5 development projects, which will produce 197 units in affordable housing. This does include the additional 195,744 for Star Point.
Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second. This time we'd like to take a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? So motion passes.
Excuse me, Madam Vice Mayor, just for the record, we didn't have anyone signed up for that, but I want to put it on the record that we had no speakers signed up for that item.
Yeah, we had no people signed up for it. Thank you. The The next thing on our agenda would be the resolution approving recommendations for the Strategic Partnership Grant Program awards and authorizing for city manager to execute the grant agreement. Rachel, no, not Rachel. Oh, it is Rachel. Okay,
Yes.
Rachel Taylor is here to present for staff tonight. Okay.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Rachel Taylor. I'm the Economic Development Division Manager, here to present the funding recommendations for this round of the Strategic Partnership Grant. So for our key takeaways today, I just want to share and reiterate that in June of 2022, the scope of this grant program was refined to focus on closing the opportunity gap for low to moderate income school-age youth. And then from fiscal year 2023 to present, this program has awarded over $780,000 to 16 programs serving over 1,700 students. For the latest application cycle, this round that we're talking about today, the program received 21 applications and pre-recorded presentations. The evaluation panel reviewed applications and provided their funding recommendations, and the Equity and Engagement Committee reviewed and finalized those funding recommendations to fund 5 agencies at a total of $237,000. Tonight, Council is being asked to review and consider the approval of the Equity and Engagement Committee's funding recommendations. Tonight at this meeting, that vote occurred on April 16th. We also want to acknowledge the need to enhance reporting and impact assessments, and we're working with regional partners and agencies receiving funding to improve performance measurement. So over the last few fiscal years, this program has implemented several changes to just improve management of this grant program. Those changes include streamlining communications and administrative requirements through that application process, establishing and then increasing the award minimum up to for a minimum of $35,000 per program, and then providing award recommendations based on full funding for requests, as well as asking applicants to submit a recorded presentation in lieu of presenting at a specially scheduled committee meeting. We've updated the scoring criteria and the evaluation matrix, and we've also connected the indicated program focus areas, which are based on opportunity gap key indicators, to evaluation review and discussion. We're also working to continually improve this grant program. And so again, the program was relaunched with that refined scope. We also had an additional goal to minimize the burden of reporting requirements on grantees. And so in previous years, the kind of goal of this program was to stair step into more federally funded. We wanted to adjust a little bit to ease that burden on more grassroots organizations. And then as the scope was refined, we've worked with awardees year over year through their agreement process to provide those progress reports and annual reports. And so through this latest fiscal year and this latest round of grants, the Cease the Harm audit has occurred, and the Carter Development Group has presented their draft recommendations and I believe plan to present the final recommendations. The program is now in a better position to make additional improvements to measure impact and track that data. And we will work with each awardee in this round to develop an agreement and that reporting framework that are applicable to each specific program. We'll also work to develop a framework of consistent data points that can be tracked across grantees, and then we'll work to develop impact measures specific to each focus area to streamline some of those reporting requirements. Here is an overview of the program kind of year over year, the end goal being to kind of talk about where we are right now with the balance. And so for a number of years, the program was paused. So you see in fiscal year 22, that balance of just under $470,000. Again, the program was still paused. And so in fiscal year 23, you see that balance of $711,000. And then we relaunched the program and began making awards. So at the beginning of fiscal year 24, the balance was just over $640,000. We issued 2 rounds of awards in fiscal year 24 This will be the third round for this fiscal year. Our remaining balance is that $237,000. And then based on prior years' funding, we anticipate a program balance of $242. Again, that's just based on previous year's funding. Through the course of these conversations at the committee level, staff had been asked to look into funding opportunities for future fiscal years. So this year we recommended that occur through the budget process. We had several evaluation panel members. We're really excited to have more subject matter experts and folks with lived experience on that evaluation panel. We had 3 education professionals. We had 2 from Asheville City Schools, 1 from Western Carolina University. We had 2 City of Asheville staff, and I'm very pleased to say we had 2 City of Asheville Youth Leadership Academy CALA students. It is no small feat for anyone to read 21 applications, budgets, watch all the videos, and those 2 students really knocked it out of the park. So I'm very thankful to all of our evaluation panel members, but especially those 2 kids who served. So here are the funding recommendations that we're presenting to you tonight. We've got these represent the top 5 highest scoring applications. You can see here the number of students served, the funds they requested, and then the funds recommended. And so unfortunately, though the scores represent that funding at full funding levels, you know, the balance is what it is. And so we've adjusted the funding recommendations to reflect serving the most number of students while minimizing impact due to that funding recommendation. And so like I mentioned, on April 16th, the Equity and Engagement Committee reviewed the evaluation panel's funding recommendations and then recommended the full vote at City Council for you all's consideration tonight. The committee unanimously approved the funding recommendations. And so we're here today to ask you to consider these, and we've provided a suggested motion.
Thank you, Rachel. And at this time, I'd like to ask if any council members have any questions or comments.
I have a question, but first I just want to say thank you, Rachel. I know you put a lot of time and energy into making sure that we get these dollars into the community before the summer programming need demand. Also, while if anyone's listening, thank you to our evaluation team. And I was really excited that students are now involved in this process. And I think you're right. It's a lot of folks might forget that it's a lot of work to go through all those applications, and that's not lost on me. So thank you. As noted, we do have a recommendation from the Equity and Engagement Committee to identify additional funding. I know that we care about our youth, especially our youth that are falling through the gap, the racial opportunity gap in our schools. And so we need to make this a priority so we're not nickel and diming our partners. But that said, I'm ready to read the motion if I need to read every dollar amount. I'm happy to do it.
I won't stop you if you would like to, but I don't think it's absolutely necessary. I think you can make reference to the materials in the staff report.
Very good. So I move to approve the recommended $237,000 in awards for the Strategic Partnership Grant Program and authorize the city manager to execute the following grant agreements as outlined in our documents.
Can I get a second? Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second. And at this time, public comment is open and we have no one signed up. So public comment is closed. And so at this time, I'd like to take a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. And at this time, we'll move on. We do not have any presentations this evening. So we're going to move on to our public hearings. And it looks like public hearing item A, at the applicant's request, I need a motion to continue the public hearing to amend the Unified Development Ordinance to revise the cottage development standards.
So moved.
I believe we
Well,
need
is there a friendly amendment to this existing motion?
Yes. Yes.
Based on our discussion, you're fine. Based on our conversation at the agenda briefing the other, just Thursday, I'm hearing a unified voice from council that we're eager to really wrap our hands around the recommendations from the missing middle study around displacement methods we could and should be pursuing. And I also am really eager for us to pursue cottage development standards and flag lot standards, but I feel like we're a little bit out of sync. And I'd like to ask staff, like, do we feel like June 11th is a time that would allow council and the community to review any forthcoming displacement conversations and then consider these? Or if not, is there an alternate date that we could consider looking at continuing this item to?
Council meets the second and fourth Tuesday of every month. July and August, there's only one meeting. Our meetings in September would be September 10 and September 24. And we could go into October if you'd like to move it out further.
Great, that's very helpful, Maggie.
Thank you and good evening, Council. My name is Steph Munson-Dahl. I'm the Director of the Planning and Urban Design Department. In response to your question, Planning and Urban Design staff believe that we can present policy options to you by September 10th, that council date. Do you have any questions for me about that process?
Would that come to any committees before, or is that when it starts?
That would come, yeah, that would definitely come to PED, and we could work with the city manager's office to determine if it should come through equity engagement or other committees.
Okay. I too am aligned with trying to get these things in sync. I think I heard from the agenda briefing as well, there's great support for this, but concerns about other displacement and not having them in place. And then we saw that at P&Z as well. So thank you for being able to give us a better timeline.
Okay, thank you.
So if others are inclined to go in this direction, Brad, would I just propose an alternate motion?
Yes, that's exactly right. If you want to specify the date, just simply add that as an alternative motion, and I believe...
We didn't have a second on the first one, so just make a motion.
Yeah. If you can withdraw the original motion, you can make a new motion with that date.
Fantastic. And this conversation to me would apply to both item A and B for both cottage and flag lots, but I suppose we'll handle it one at a time. So I make a motion that the public hearing to consider an amendment of the UDO to revise the cottage development standards and that be continued until the September 10th council meeting.
Did someone we have second? A motion and a second, Shanita? Yes. Motion and a second.
Yeah, it's just her mic wasn't on.
Okay, so at this time, do I have any other comments or questions? If not, all in favor? Aye. Those opposed? And motion passes.
And so proceeding in the same approach for public hearing B, I make a motion that this public hearing to consider the amendment to the Unified Development Ordinance to revise the flag lot standards also be continued until September 10th.
We have a motion and a second. This time, if no one has any other comments, we'll take a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
And those opposed? Okay, the motion passes. Thank you. And public hearing B, at the applicant's request, I need a motion to continue the public hearing to amend, I'm sorry, we just did that one, I'm sorry. Yes,
Yeah.
two of them, okay.
C.
Public hearing C. At the applicant's request, I need a motion to continue the public hearing to consider conditional zoning of 767 New Hawk Creek Road from RS4 single-family medium density to residential expansion. Conditional zone for the purpose of building 95 new single-family units to June 11th, 2024.
This is Sage. I'll move.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
I just would like to make a brief comment. I just want to echo some of the things I said in the agenda briefing, which is my appreciation for both the applicant and the neighborhood associations and residents that have come together and had numerous meetings about this particular project and have done so with a decorum that I really appreciate, because sometimes we see a lot of pushback against housing development wherever it lands in the city. And the common theme I hear is we all understand that we're in a housing crisis and we need more housing, we just don't want it here. And I think that's a really interesting and challenging conversation in the community, but what Hawk Creek has been doing is coming together with solutions, and I think that is part of why we're able to get to a better product and project in the end, and just want to echo my appreciation for both parties working together on that. And that is why we are continuing it, so they can continue to work together.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed? And that motion passes also. And at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Brad.
Are we?
Are you talking about moving on to the final item?
Yes, I would like if you could give us update us how that's going to continue.
Yes, all right. So we have one additional item on the public hearings agenda this evening. This is the statutorily required public hearing on the proposal for the bid, also known as the Business Improvement District. It is important for the public to be aware that under North Carolina law, there is a required public hearing, but there are also two separate votes that are required. So no vote will actually occur during this council meeting. Council will plan on voting at the next two meetings. In order for the bid to pass, it has to be approved by the council at both of those readings. So we do have several people signed up to speak on this item. And in order for council to obtain as much information as possible, we have tried to divide those people amongst whether or not they have support for or would like to oppose or are yet undecided on the issue, so that we give everyone equal time regardless of their position on that. So, Madam Chair, I do believe we have a presentation for this, but after that point, you're able to open up the public comment. And once that's closed again, no vote will be taken this evening.
If I could add, for consideration, because this is the only public hearing on this item, I hear and appreciate the request that we would extend beyond an hour.
Yeah.
And I realize we have a lot of folks signed up. If council is more amenable to hearing everyone speak tonight, if there's going to be a cut, instead of it being at an hour, it being from 3 minutes to 2 would be something I would prefer, just so that everyone would have a chance to speak, since this is the only hearing.
That's a request to move every comment to 2 minutes instead of 3 minutes?
But then allow everyone to speak.
And then are we doing this now or at 7?
Oh, well, see, the thing is, I would say we need to.
Are we not obligated to do it at 7?
So we have sent out advertisements on this, and I apologize for not mentioning this during my first remarks, that the bid public hearing would not start until 7 p.m. So we're running
not thrilled
very,
either.
very quick tonight because of having several items moved, continued, but council may want to
Yeah, I was just wondering.
postpone starting until that time.
Okay, now, even if you waited until then, can we actually start hearing comments now?
Could we do?
I mean, as far as the other comments, we have some general.
You mean
we
the
have some
general public comment?
That's a good idea.
We could do general public comment. Also, could we
Yeah.
we can't do the presentation until 7? Is that what you're saying?
It's up to council. My suggestion would be to wait until you are prepared to take comment in order to have the presentation heard by people before they make their comment.
But as far as the general public.
You can move to general
we
public
take those
comment.
now? Yes, okay, great. Thank you. So at this time, we would like to open public comment. And
This would be for the general public comment.
This is
It's normally at the end of the meeting.
yes, and I'm trying to figure out, we have 1 hour.
While you take a look, could I have a moment of privilege? I just want to explain some of what we just talked about, because we might be in the weeds. In order to follow the laws to have conversations about business improvement districts, we had to send a mailing to anyone who lived or has a property in the proposed map. And in that mailing, we said 7 p.m. So it just feels like rock and hard place, right? Because we don't want folks to have to pause right now, but it doesn't feel fair if folks got that letter, anticipated coming, is finishing dinner with their family, shows up and it's over. So that's what we're talking about, is that we want to honor that by not having the bid conversation until 7. And so we're looking at moving the agenda around so that we can maximize folks' time. So sorry if that was super obvious
I-
to everybody, but I just wanted to make that really clear.
I think it's helpful, but I think we're missing a really critical infrastructure piece on our part is that making sure our documents are consistent. Like the website could have said, we're not going to start the hearing until 7. Or the agenda. So it's a failure on our part to be really consistent. And when we're not consistent, it makes it hard for people to show up. And then folks are upset with us about the process and not the issue. And I want to hear what everyone has to say about the issue, not how terrible we are at being consistent about the process. So I share concern and I hear dismay, but we can always do better.
Okay. And at this time, we'd like to open public comment. General comment. And the city council has established the following limits for speakers. And so therefore, individuals have up to 3 minutes to speak to the city council. And a person representing a group speaker must have 3 others, in total 4, in order to have up to 10 minutes to address city council. Maggie, our clerk, city clerk, will be handling the timer, and she will buzz you when your time is up. The first speaker will be, Welker Taylor?
It looks like
And
Welker,
basically,
yeah.
and Welker has 10 minutes, up to 10 minutes, and at this time, I'd like to identify some of the people that have conceded to him. John Ellis, please raise your hand. Ben Bradley. Dustin Cooper. Thank you.
Good evening, council. For those who don't know. Oh. My name's Welker Taylor. I'm the president of the Asheville Firefighters Association. I know that the city manager's proposed budget wasn't on the agenda today, so we'd planned to speak on this on April 9th, but that meeting was canceled, so I ask that you bear with me a little bit. I've met with all but one of you in the past few days, so this year's budget and what it means for compensation has been on my mind and on the minds of Asheville firefighters more generally. I think I've written this piddly 5-minute speech probably 10 times by now. I'll meet with a group of you and I got my strategy dialed in. And then I have another meeting and someone says, be careful, don't say that certain thing or use that certain strategy. So I guess at this point, maybe I'm not very good at playing politics. So this might make some of you mad at me or ultimately hurt our chances of a pay raise, but I guess what I keep coming back to is the fact that I just need to speak the truth. My truth and the truth of the 253 firefighters who I represent. So here it is. We are dissatisfied. We're undervalued right now. In a recent internal poll that was put out by our administration a couple months back, there were unfortunately no questions that specifically asked about our morale. However, there was one question that asked, do you feel like the department has your best interest in mind? To that question, only 16% of Asheville firefighters said yes. 16%. I would argue that not feeling like your employer has your best interest in mind is probably a pretty solid indicator of your job satisfaction or dissatisfaction in this case. That dissatisfaction is driving us away. It's driving us away in numbers like we haven't seen in my 10 years that I've been on the Asheville Fire Department, or in the 25 years that our vice president has served the city. In the past 5 years alone, the number of firefighters who quit this department have tripled. And most of those who've left didn't go seek it out another profession. The majority took the certifications that we paid them to get during a 6-month-long academy, and they went to other fire departments with higher pay. And I don't blame them. We can talk about how we love firefighters, but as the quote goes, don't tell me what you value, show me your budget and I'll tell you what you value. We are no longer competitive with other cities in our state. When looking at our annual pay, we're 18% behind Charlotte, 12% behind Concord, 10% behind Cary. But even worse, Buncombe County Fire Department's right next door are leaving us behind. 17% behind Fairview and West Buncombe, 16% behind Inca Candler. All while Asheville firefighters respond to 35 to 50% more calls than all those departments. You have firefighters in this city who are the envy of this region, and even this country. I'm not sure if you realize the level of professionalism that we serve with. How when we show up at conferences or regional trainings, firefighters from other places look up to us. They want to know what's the latest with Asheville Fire Department. Unfortunately, though, our starting pay has become a joke. Literally, other fire departments tease us about our starting pay. It's something I'm embarrassed by. If you look at our hourly pay, a new firefighter is by far the lowest paid employee in the city. Hell, even a firefighter who's been here for 4 years is currently paid less per hour than you're paying a teenage lifeguard at a city pool or someone selling concessions at a basketball game in this arena. Look at it by annual pay, and like I just mentioned, we are no longer competitive with the fire departments who used to envy us. So I guess do what you will with that. If it's nothing, though, people will continue to leave, and we'll continue to have to spend more and more on overtime and fire academies every year. We'll continue to have increasing numbers of days where we have fire engines that are out of service because there are not enough firefighters to staff them. Or you can hear us. You can take a small step in the direction of getting us back on track. When I've met you, I've made a point of working hard to bring you a compromise solution that doesn't break the bank. I've only asked for a modest step that will help our lowest paid members have a chance to survive. I promise this isn't some sort of ploy or me grandstanding, me trying to shame you into a corner. It is, though, our lives, and it's the lives of our families. So let us focus on being the very best public servants that we can be for each other, for you, our bosses, most importantly, for the people of this town when they need us in an emergency. Let us focus on that and not how we're going to pay our next bill. What you will gain is a workforce who is satisfied, or at least much closer to it. A workforce who uses the initial training that their city has provided them and builds on it to offer the pinnacle of public service. We don't want to leave, I assure you. We love this city. We love it enough to invest 30 years of our lives working a dangerous job that keeps us away from our families for a third of our days. But we can't ignore the numbers. We can't forever stomach being the butt of a regional joke. When the department sent out that internal survey I mentioned at first, they also posted an external one. Hundreds of Asheville residents filled it out, and what they said was as clear as it gets. When asked if Asheville firefighters should be compensated enough to afford the high cost of living in our area, 97% said yes. I don't think I could poll 400 people and get 97% to agree on much else. So hopefully you hear that charge from the citizens of this town. Hopefully you hear the pleas of me and my members. Make it a no-brainer for us to stay with 100% commitment and dedication. The few $100,000 it will cost you this year is a bargain, I think, in comparison to the financial consequences of more of us leaving. Thanks.
Our next speaker.
Sandra, if I may, before you call the next speaker, we don't respond to public comment, but I do want to share something with my colleagues. One thing I learned from my meeting with Welker and his fire department members was that in lieu of having so much turnover and exiting of the department, both retirement and just leaving for other positions elsewhere, they have now initiated a second fire academy, as I understand, and the cost of the fire academy, I think, becomes more philosophical for us. Do we want to have 2 academies or better pay and 1 academy? And it, there might be some crossover, and I'm just sharing that with you for your own consideration as we move forward in the budget.
Since we're suspending the rules of not commenting, I would really be grateful to the city manager if we could look at some of the recommendations. The presentation I got had 5 recommendations. And in our agenda briefings, we've been talking about this like either or-ness of it, but I feel like we have multiple options, and I, for one, would like to see some of those numbers before we make a budget decision.
And I'd like to support Kim's recommendation as well.
Thank you. And at this time, we will continue with our general public comment. Ron Kaufman is our next speaker.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for allowing me the time. My name is Ron Kaufman. I'm the founder and president of Stand Tall. It's a 501c3 nonprofit. TALL is an acronym for Thank a Local Lawman, and that's fairly timely since today you basically recognize law enforcement, which is why I'm here this evening. We provide something fairly unusual, donations and funding to police departments and sheriff's departments in 8 counties for unbudgeted items that they need but can't get through funding that's normally in their budget or might not be that year. Extensive work with Buncombe County Sheriff's Office with canines, for instance, Graham County, Henderson County, Transylvania County, HPD, Hendersonville PD, Fletcher PD, Black Mountain PD, Lake Lure PD, just to name a few. We're throughout Western North Carolina. We've been doing this where you've recognized law enforcement this year. We've been doing this for 10 years. Departments make requests to us for a specific donation. Examples were for protective vests. We provided 26 of them. For canines, we provided 15 bulletproof and basically puncture-proof vests, $2,000 each, to give you an idea of what we're talking about. We have purchased and trained new canines. We provide copay and deductible funding for the smaller departments that do not cover in their health care peer support for mental health services for stress management that they face on the job. We have provided funds to send Henderson County school resource officers to a suicide and PTSD conference that's coming up in a few months. We have purchased a fingerprint fuming station that allows taking of fingerprints for suspects arrested at Fletcher PD to be processed locally so they don't have to send them off and wait for results. We're a major supporter of the annual Shop with a Hero, which I know that the APD and I believe some of the Sheriff's Department deputies have been down, which is at Walmart down in Hendersonville. We're the second largest donor and supporter, and that supports children who are emotionally challenged, physically challenged, and certainly economically challenged. And in our particular case, we give to at least 10 children $120 each in a gift card, and then they're accompanied by one of the heroes, usually police department, and I'm not sure we're worthy of being called heroes. We also get to participate in that. There's so much more that we do, but there is limited time here, and I certainly won't overstep the graciousness you've given me. I've said enough, and I've given a handout that I'd like you all to see about some of the things we do. It's our newsletter, and particularly now, we're pushing very, very hard on mental health because of the stress that is related to the job firefighters do for sure, and so do anyone dressed in blue. So I thank you for your time and certainly for recognizing law enforcement.
Our next speaker will be Patrick Conant.
Members of City Council. I'm a little, off guard since we're changing the format and the order of things here tonight. And I figured, I guess I'll just speak to that as well. The bid public hearing tonight is currently proposed to be the only opportunity for the public to weigh in on this important proposal. I've heard council members suggest limiting public comment potentially waiving the 1 hour time limit. I'm not entirely clear what's been agreed upon to this point, and I do think it would be helpful for the public if we do recess, that you at least establish the rules for the public hearing prior to that point. I do have questions about the bid proposal itself, and I'll get to those later. But I do just want to note for the public that there's a plan that's been on file for 30 days. The chamber is issuing revisions to those plans today that haven't been on file for 30 days. And I just want to say that this whole process has been unnecessarily complicated for the public. I think the council could have done a service to our community by just making a commitment in advance of today's meeting that you'd like to waive the 1 hour time limit so everyone knows they have a chance to speak. I signed up to speak at, I believe, like 9, maybe 3:39, and I was number 25 in the queue. So if people were planning to show up close to 7 p.m. to speak on this, they wouldn't have had a chance to speak unless you waive that time limit. So I really think that council should reconsider your rules on public comment just to make it a little more fair for people that take time to show up here and sit through a meeting just to speak for a few minutes. I just really think that our council meeting process should consider the needs of residents and not just the needs of council members. And thank you. And I'll be here to speak on the bid later tonight.
The one thing I'd like to say is we do not allow clapping in the meetings. So we would appreciate if you would refrain from the clapping. Thank you. Our next speaker will be Brandon Magaha. Brandon spoke earlier, he may not. Okay, our next speaker will be Nicole Lopez.
Hello, council members. Thank you for letting me comment. I am here today to ask yet again that you reconsider and pass the ceasefire resolution. It's been interesting to hear the theme of safety coming up in today's meeting. And I too agree that everybody in Asheville deserves to be safe. I really especially appreciated the holistic and empathetic approach that was offered up as well by Council Member Roney. It's not just people in Asheville who deserve to be safe though, and Asheville does not exist in a vacuum. We are part of a global ecosystem, and seemingly faraway violence has a way of coming back home. So I would also argue that the genocide in Gaza is also a matter of safety locally here, especially if this continues to escalate into a wider war. Over 34,000 Palestinians in Gaza have been killed in Israel since October 7th. That number has shot up another 1,000 since the last time that I spoke before council on this matter. In addition to passing the ceasefire resolution, I'm hoping that council can also speak out and condemn the anti-Arab and anti-Palestinian and Islamophobic hate speech that occurred in the March 12th meeting, just like it's important to condemn human rights violations so that they do not escalate, just like it's important so that violence is not met with impunity. We also need to make sure that speech that targets minoritized communities is not met with impunity, because we know that speech also escalates into violence. We know that there is anti-Semitism. We know that there is a lot of anti-Muslim and anti-Arab hate floating around right now. A 6-year-old boy was stabbed in Chicago. Multiple people have been stabbed across the country. In 2015, 3 Muslim students in Chapel Hill were murdered just for being Muslim. So I think this is a matter of local safety. It's also a local issue when it's our tax dollars and when it's our local university students who are being disciplined for putting up flyers and for congregating for free speech. When multiple people in our country have lit themselves on fire, like Aaron Bushnell, an active service member, and when our representatives in Congress are ignoring us, we ask our local representatives, like our city council members,
to escalate our calls for a ceasefire and our calls for holistic community safety to our representatives in Congress and to President Biden. Thank you.
Our next speaker would be Jonathan Wainscott. Our next speaker will be Nina Tovish.
I'm actually going to take this opportunity, council members, to echo the sentiments of Patrick Conant. May I ask the audience, how many of you are here to comment on the BID? That's a lot of folks who you're asking to take another couple of hours out of their evening to wait for you to decide to hear from them. I'm going to urge you to extend the time available, and I'm going to urge you to start it now. Is there anyone here who doesn't feel prepared to comment because they haven't seen a presentation? Please raise your hand. No, these people are ready to speak now. Let me ask you to please consider opening public comment now. You can do the full presentation and hear from anyone else who arrives at 7 o'clock. But I see no reason to hold all these folks hostage and not hear from them in the 2 hours that we have nothing to do before 7 o'clock. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Rondell Lance.
But I've got these officers out back, said they promised they wouldn't say a word if you'd let me go past 3, maybe to 4. My name is Rondell Lance, president of the fraternal.
3 minutes, sir.
Yes, it's right.
Huh?
It's 3. It has to be 3, unless you have some.
We
other
don't-
people.
yeah, we
All right,
don't-
Lieutenant.
You need 3 more to get to 10
you-
minutes.
Yeah.
What?
You can't have 1 more to get to 4
You
minutes.
didn't let me
You have
finish.
to have, yeah.
Lieutenant Rollins, Tammy Bryson, Sean Parker, and
Are they here to
Debbie
raise their hand?
LaCroix. They're sitting out there working, and they're FOP members.
Maggie, I'll refer to you. Do they have to sign up or?
Well, they can
Yeah,
sit
they-
out there. They can hear it. They see me right now. Hello.
They should come on in.
And they didn't say no.
Well, I'll cut it short. I'll go with 3. First of all, my name is Rondell Lamp, President of the Fraternal Order of Police. I read this sitting back there. As of January 2024, 47 officers were killed in the line of duty in 2003 without a ballistic vest, which is a 25% decrease from 2022. The 2023 end-of-year primary law enforcement officers fatalities report states that 136 federal, state, county, municipal, military, tribal, and campus officers died in the line of duty in 2023. A police agency compensation plan should provide for salaries attractive enough to compete with those of both other area police agencies and other occupations that complete for the most talented among the pool from which the agency draws its personnel, to provide incentive for the best personnel to work toward advancement and increased responsibility. Many differences can be found in each job requirement that can be used to put forth a reasonable request for higher wages. But often some job requires stand out beyond the standard, rises above the ordinary job description and responsibility. In such cases, it is imperative that such cases be considered for a different pay level than usual. Therefore, I stand before you today to point out such a case for the sworn men and women of the Asheville Police Department that I represent as FOP president. This in no way diminishes any employee of the city of Asheville. I worked 26 and a half years with all divisions of city employees and have seen firsthand their dedication, their professionalism as they perform the duties in their different divisions. Reasons that the sworn officers of the Asheville Police Department deserve, and we're asking for a minimum of 1% raise above the standard that everybody else is getting. There's many reasons, but I'll mention 5 right quick and I'll be done. 1, it improves recruitment and retention of officers, which is necessary to maintain the proper number of officers to keep our city safe and welcoming. 2, sworn officers by policy must at all times while working wear body armor. often uncomfortable and hot, but must be worn at all times by a policy to protect the officers from gunshots, knives, stabbings, and struggles. Sworn officers must wear body cameras and record all activity they encounter with the public. The footage is used to evaluate the officer's action by the department and also can be used by the courts and the public to gauge the officer's performance. Sworn officers must be pepper sprayed before they're allowed to carry pepper spray. They must be tased before they're allowed to carry a taser. But most importantly, sworn officers must be guided and judged by the U.S. Constitution. The Constitution is the yardstick for measuring the reasonableness of every official action taken. The Constitution's first 10 amendments, the Bill of Rights, are the provisions most significant to the police. As they are applied to the states by the 14th Amendment, the most relevant of these are as follows. The First Amendment, the right of the people to peacefully assemble and to petition the government for the redress of grievances. Number 2, the Fourth Amendment, right of people to be secure in their persons, houses, and papers and effects. Fifth Amendment, to be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. Sixth Amendment, speedy trial by impartial jury and informed of charges against them. The First Amendment also is the primary standard demanding police accountability to the media and to the public. The raises we ask for and seek, we feel are reasonable and worthy of your consideration for the sworn men and women of the Asheville Police Department.
Okay.
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Claire, is it Harankin? Harankin? Cameron, so you were. Thank you.
How y'all doing? So I've lived across the street for 13 years and in the Asheville area for 30. I never got a letter saying there was a meeting at 7 o'clock. I came over here right out of the garden. I manage the Elder and Sage Community Garden. We're in our 8th summer. So I'm curious, what is a stakeholder? Tell me what a stakeholder is. Is it the amount of money we have in our pocket, the amount of property we own? I'm just asking because this business improvement district seems to really rely on the moneyed classes. There's a lot more of us out there that live in this city. I remain suspicious about the business improvement district in that proposal. I would love to hear from all these folks who have come. Thank you. Also, I echo the concern. It weighs heavy on my heart every day, the genocide in Gaza, and we must not put aside our responsibility as citizens of this United States. International law is being violated every single day. Human rights are being violated. People are starving. We are here. You have power. Speak out. We cannot allow this to go silently by. I'm also concerned about I'm concerned about a lot of things, a whole lot of things. But I go out in the garden every day and open that gate to the people that come through, and many, many tourists come through and support us with their dollar bills here and there. We buy the soil, we fix the boxes, we paint, we clean, we plant, we beautify downtown Asheville in a way that our residents, our people that are down here working every day to make it pretty, we're not asking you for money, millions of dollars for this or that. And the firemen that climb up the stairs in the building I live in with all that heavy equipment, whenever they're called in, give them a raise for God's sake. I'm really kind of weary from working in the garden all day today, and I'm not waiting until 7, but please, don't privatize downtown and give it over to an unelected body that may not at all represent the people that live and work downtown. Democracy is at stake on so many fronts. Be careful. Thank you.
Nope. Once again, no clapping Appreciate it. Our next speaker will be Paige Huziak.
I'm tailoring my comments tonight to the narrow scope of why someone who cares about Americans only should want the ongoing genocide in Gaza to end, which can happen as soon as the U.S. withdraws support and weapons from the genocide. First, it was just Earth Day. This council has passed non-binding extra-local resolutions to support environmental health before. Militaries account for 5% of global emissions. And that's if you don't count the emissions involved with rebuilding after the bombing ends. In the first 2 months of this genocide, the U.S. specifically has emitted 133,000 megatons of carbon dioxide, delivering 10,000 megatons of weapons to Israel. Okay, let's say you don't care about the environment. The ongoing U.S. support of military actions has made a mockery of international law and strengthens claims from adversarial nations like China and Russia that America never has the moral high ground, that we only ever act to protect the self-interest of our military-industrial complex. Fine, let's say you don't care about international norms. What about that the U.S.-backed attacks in Syria, Iraq, and Iran endanger our troops, which are in proxy bases all across the region? That also threatens to escalate into a U.S. versus Iran war, which is within Netanyahu's personal best interests. I am married to a military-aged man. I have 2 young brothers that could be drafted if we were to go to war with Iran. If anyone here doesn't want to see our young men and women die pointlessly for other nations' problems, then support the end of U.S. support of Israeli aggression. Also, support Southside Community Farm. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Gab Bonafilio.
Thank you so much. It's Bonfilio. So I am with the other folks who wanted to express their disappointment with the changing around of the agenda today. I'm a service worker. I'm lucky enough to have had most of the day off, so I practiced my public comment to my cat like 6 or 7 times. So he gets to hear more about what I think of the BID than you do today. I do want to share that I'm a business leader in the community. I manage and run a brewery. I think the BID is bad for business. I think it polices the very people who we are interested in having come through our doors. I wish I could say more, but I will leave it to all these folks who have been waiting hours and hours. Thank you for being here. I do want to also express in the general comment that this meeting has been disturbingly pro-cop. I want to remind us that it's us who keep ourselves safe. I want to express support for Kim Roney's, Councilwoman Roney's heart bullet points. I've seen that work in other cities, and I'm excited about the public actually being provided the services we need. I think a city where everyone is safe is where we all have the resources to thrive and are not policed, whether that is by APD or by private rent-a-cops that the businesses are hiring with public money. While we're doing general, I would also say I support a ceasefire in Gaza and the Southside Community Farm. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker will be Grace Barron.
Hey, y'all. I don't really have any planned comments, but I figured we have some time to kill here while we're waiting. And I just want to say, there's so many people in this community that I love. Firefighters, thanks for what you do. I hope they pay you more because you deserve it. Yeah, also, I don't know if you guys know anyone at HACA, but you guys really need to save Southside Community Farm. That's really important. And for folks who don't know, there's a meeting about that tomorrow, I believe at 7 p.m. But I think what's happening here tonight really demonstrates that you don't care about hearing the voices of the people. This is something I figured out like a while ago because I've come to talk to you quite a lot over time. And everything about this whole process was difficult to navigate. I mean, you said we need to be here at 3:30. Most people who are working like a 9-to-5 type job are not going to be able to access it. And now you've moved the comment back to 7 p.m. You kind of make up rules along the way. We don't even know how long we're going to be able to talk for, how many people are going to get to speak for how long. You keep saying we can't clap, which I know Esther loves to. I'm not sure where she is. You know, that's a First Amendment violation, just to be clear. You started the meeting by just lining up a bunch of cops, which is super intimidating, especially considering how many civil liberties violations you have piling up against your officers, considering the allegations of abuse by David Zach, who just left APD after he got in trouble. And where is he now? Now we have Mike Lamb in charge, who's also being sued. So I just want to, I guess, keep talking while I'm allowed to, and let you know that, yeah, we can see that who you're listening to, and that's the voices of the rich. And I love to see what Asheville Food and Bev is doing in our community. There's tons of grassroots organizing happening here. We are keeping each other safe on a regular basis, despite the violence from APD. And, you know, the way that you all handle, you know, ignoring everyone's requests about the ceasefire resolution, which I obviously also support, has been really disappointing. You're not even talking about it as a council. Also, this idea that you're going to both sides this public comment by not actually reflecting, you know, who all is here to speak and making us say in advance what our position is absolutely ridiculous. And you, like, that's nothing about this is democratic. I want to live in a world where we actually have a democracy, where all of our voices actually matter, and you all are not providing that.
Our next speaker will be Paul Tay.
Since we're kind of wasting time, I'll just go ahead and talk about the bid. I want to talk about the intersection between police and fire salaries and panhandling, of all things. What the city is doing right now is squelching political speech, so therefore these guys don't get to go out on downtown and panhandle and show people that they are broke and need more money. When you squelch the free speech rights of one type of people, panhandling, guess what? You guys also squelch free speech of everybody. And one of the things about this bid, also known as bullshit in deep, there you go, thank you, is it's going to privatize a public space so that a certain number of unelected officials get to decide who gets to speak in downtown. Guess what, folks? The First Amendment don't work that way. When you squelch the free speech rights of one type of people, like myself, who was, you know, entertaining the tourists, making some amount of money on it, and it was a job, it was a struggle, but now I got arrested twice for impeding traffic. The police department, they don't arrest you for free speech, what you're saying. They arrest you for some other stuff to make it look like you're really violating the law when you're not, when they're really arresting you for the content of your speech. And when you do that, guess what? The police and fire department guys, they're scared of going out there and promoting their own point of view. We're out here panhandling because the city's not paying us. It's a form of political speech. And the Supreme Court's already ruled the fact that panhandling is protected free speech. And right now, the city's police department are actually working in their own against their own best interests to squelch free speech when they could be out there showing people that they need more money. And, I'm just going to kill time here and just try to get some kind of coherence. But I want to talk a little about, the benefits of panhandling. We're citizens. We pay taxes. I pay $500 taxes on the panhandling income I made last year. And panhandling is actually good for business because instead of...
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, the timer's off. Our next speaker will be Jonathan Wayne Scott.
Hey, just walked back in, so I really don't know what all is going on. Weird. This is informal, right? I'm not here to talk about the bid. Oh, awesome. It's a bummer that Esther is not here tonight because I came here to just thank this council and the previous council for all of the things that have been done by this body, which I think could be considered to be reparations. And the list includes things like, bringing the Black Wall Street lease to bear and making sure that they had a fair lease for only $1 a year rather than them spending, like $150,000 over the course of their term. And the memorial track was a great example. I know that the Renee White referred to that as reparations. And then the vote on Peak, the mayor called that reparations as well. Floyd McKissick Senior Day, the proclamation that the mayor, who isn't here for me to thank, doing that, that was an effort. And so what I'm saying is that there are a lot of efforts that can be made by this body without the recommendations of the Reparations Council as they're sort of wrapping things up. And I was at the meeting last night, and there was some consternation about having to get the short-term, medium-term, and long-term recommendations in because originally they were going to kind of stagger these recommendations out or something like that. And this was presented as like a big monkey wrench in the whole process, which I don't really understand because it seems like they've been given the full length of time to consider all these recommendations and kind of should have them ready to go. I definitely feel like, the reparations process is a little bit incomplete. And at the same time, it's not something that can just go on and on forever. And I know that a lot of people have seen city council as sort of blocking the progress there, which I don't see to be the case whatsoever. I think that the historic things that this council, and again, the previous council, which would just include Gwen Whistler, and give her a little shout out for the things that she did in these regards, can continue to be done as the Reparations Commission winds on down. So I just want to thank you for the efforts that you've made over the last few years and look forward to more efforts like that taking place. And just came to say thank you for all of that. So have a good evening. And I just had a burger. It was so delicious. Good night.
Our next speaker will be Kelly Redfern.
My name's Kelly Redfern. I am a mother of a college student graduating Mars Hill, who I do want to shout out to educators in music in Kimroni in this moment and say what they do in this city is beautiful. My son is a product of Asheville Middle School. I have 2 boys, but I currently have one graduating magna cum laude on a full scholarship at Mars Hill. And I'm here to address moreover the problem with the mental health and the homeless. I am on the Continuum Committee. I do have lived experience. I also have mental health experience. And I am very concerned about the population that is homeless, unsheltered, and the most at-risk developmental intellectual disability. I was with Kelly Crosby at the NC1 conference, and lived experience is so important to be able to bridge to you all. And in this moment of Libra season, I am that conduit. I am calling to action that the city take note that these unsheltered people need advocates, placed advocates, peer support advocates. Because what I've noticed in the harm in our Attorney State General filing suit against HCA and Mission, that I have bared witness to the harm there. And there is nobody speaking for the ones that get confused. And I have watched the doctors violate ethical rights. And my concern is that you could be using some of the opioid money to pay people that are conduits, that are bridges between your EMT teams and then what occurs at Haywood on a weekly basis. And then you all are talking about the bid and switching things up. What do you think is going to happen for those people? In West Coast, it is precedented that EMTs can decide whether or not someone is 5150'd on the spot. Okay, so what are you going to do when a developmental intellectual disabilities person who's been harmed over and over by the only place that Buncombe County EMTs will take them, even when you ask to be taken somewhere else, they still take you there? Do you understand the harm that is occurring? And these points in time, these humans don't know how to speak up for themselves. With this class action suit, how many more mouths out there, how many more human souls have been harmed? My call to action is to beg people that know about education, that know about how to teach. Please do something for the developmental intellectual disability people. Please let people like me help.
Thank you. Your time is up. Our next speaker will be Rebecca Krug.
Good evening. My name is Rebecca Krug. I'm a resident of the city of Asheville, and I'm Jewish, and this is my third time coming to a city council meeting to voice my support for getting a ceasefire resolution on the agenda. I support this ceasefire, and in fact, I'm part of a really dedicated group of Jews in this city who have organized a Jewish Voice for Peace pod here in the city, and we are all in support of this ceasefire resolution and the liberation of the Palestinian people because of our love of peace, our love of justice, and our love of our Jewish faith. So please take this issue seriously. It is an absolute human rights emergency, and we need every scale of society to support this.
The last speaker we have for the general public speak. Once again, I'll turn this over to Brad to sort of give us thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So we do still have just the one item left on the agenda. It is the public hearing for the bid. As we mentioned earlier, there was some confusion, obviously, about the information provided about the start time on the various notices that were sent out. It is up to council to determine how you would like to proceed. There is no statutory requirement that the presentation start at 7 o'clock. You could certainly proceed with that now and move into the bid. Given the amount of people that have signed up, it seems highly likely that the public hearing will still be open, even if you limit it to council's 1 hour rule at that time, so people would still be able to be here. However, council has the ability to alter those times as you see fit. So I think at this point, you have the discretion to decide whether or not you'd like to proceed and whether or not you want to have the presentation start or take any recess prior to the public hearing.
Can we, Vice Mayor, can we please clear up the confusion around the public hearing. Are we going to allow everyone to speak and like overstep our own limit of an hour?
I guess I'd really like to see the entire council's position on that. So before we get started, maybe we can sort of have that discussion as to whether or not we will be allowing the 2 minutes, which is actually stated on the agenda, or will we actually give
Two is on the agenda? The agenda says 2 minutes?
I'm looking, yes.
Okay, so, because we have two choices, right? To allow everyone, well, three, allow everyone to speak in their 3 minutes, allow only 1 hour of public comment, or move people to the 2 minute idea that Kim suggested. I'm kind of curious to show of hands, does moving everybody to 2 minutes throw you off? I know some people really program their 3 minutes. Does 2 minutes not sound good to you? Okay, so 2 minutes, there's a few hands, but most of you would be okay with the 2 minutes. That's sometimes not always the case. Okay, if we moved it to 2 minutes, would that impact your public comment? I mean, would you be able to get your planned comments across in the 2 minutes?
How do we register no or yes?
I'm looking for a show of hands.
Sage, there's actually 4 then. It's 1 hour time limit, 3 minutes, 1 hour time limit, 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Full list, 3 minutes, or full list, 2 minutes.
I'm asking because in the past we've asked this and folks have really come with their planned 3 minutes of talking and they don't want to defer from their 3 minutes. So I'm being sensitive to whether or not you have your planned 3 minutes.
Well, I think
We
that is
also have a
something-
planned break for a recess before, so we're 30 minutes from the start.
So I was really trying to get to position of the council members.
I'm uncertain. I don't
position
feel that I
on
can
as
say,
opposed
since
to-
we noticed it at 7, I feel like more people may be showing up. So
And that's the reason
I'm a
why.
little uncomfortable with it.
Yeah, that's the reason I'd like to really sort of, just like I said, get the council members' point of view on that, and then we could move forward with that, as opposed to,
Well,
bring it in.
one option, I guess, would be to break and do our recess for, and we do tend to eat sometimes when we have these really
Why
long
don't we just
meetings.
start public comment now? I mean, the comment on the
Yeah.
hearing right now, let people who want to go right now, don't care about the presentation or being a part of the public hearing, and let everybody go for 3 minutes. If we
And let them
start now,
yeah.
then we are ahead of time. So let people come now if they want to speak, then we open the hearing with the presentation and let people who want to wait after the presentation speak then.
But see, I was under the impression that we had to have.
Let's just do something.
Okay,
Let's
no,
just-
no,
let's
really,
go.
I agree with that. I agree with that, if that's okay with Brad, but I was under the impression the president. But he said the presentation could begin now.
So hypothetically, that was true. We've just been told that the people who are presenting aren't going to be here until 7.
Okay, that's what I wanted to find out. Exactly. So therefore, we do have the other option to let people just start speaking now?
You could open the public comment. You would just simply close the public comment when the presentation's ready, and then you could reopen the public comment after the fact.
Okay, that sounds good. Okay. So at that time, this time, we will open. Yeah, that's fine, yeah. Open, now, however, so far, I think we've got and I mean, I know a lot of people really aren't concerned. I think we have about 84 people signed up, and that does not include the additional people that will be arriving around 7. You said what?
It's about 40 people currently signed up. Just go, let's go.
Okay, so just, okay.
Vice Mayor, I need to let you know that a lot of these people who signed up left and were planning on coming back at 7.
See, this is.
So we actually have how many, Maggie, signed up?
I believe it's 75 currently.
That's what I'm
No,
saying. Where'd you get
those
40?
numbers are blank. Those aren't all.
Excuse me. Excuse me. We could go through the list. If those people aren't here, allow them to speak at 7 o'clock when they decide to come back.
So we'll just need to mark them and call them again.
Yes.
If they're not here.
Just like we did for Wayne Scott. He happened to not be here when you called him initially. Once he returned, we put him back in the list.
I'm happy
Okay.
to do a little note taking.
But what I want to find out still, are we doing 3 or 2 minutes? If I could find out from council.
Let's start now with 3 minutes.
Okay, everybody says 3 minutes? Okay, that's fine. I just wanted to get some kind of
I'll try and
consensus
keep
on
the
it.
name of people.
Okay, so at this
Excuse me,
time,
Madam
I'll-
Vice Mayor,
I'll-
just for council's awareness, if you do start with 3 minutes, you need to stay with 3 minutes so that everybody has the same amount of time.
Okay, okay. So our first speaker,
I'm sorry, and Vice Mayor, I just need to confirm that there's no hour time limit? Or are you limiting it to 1 hour? So no hour time limit?
huh? No, we can't, yeah, okay, no hour, okay.
Right.
Okay. Oh, so Antoinette sort of basically said, we'll start 3 minutes now, and she said, then the presentation, then an hour limit after presentation. And that way, hour. So in other words, so do we go to 2 minutes then, at the hour?
Throughout, what I'm hearing is that we should go ahead and start the public comment at 3 minutes, and then we should reopen it afterwards. But it needs to be 3 regardless, so it's consistent.
Yep.
Or it needs to be consistent.
Yep. We want to make sure that we're providing everyone who speaks, whether it's an hour or later, the same amount of time. So
Okay,
be
so we
consistent
can't-
if you can.
So we still got to stay at 3. Okay, so let's just start now. First speaker would be Scott Fowler.
I won't take 3 minutes. We need a bid very badly. It's clear that the city needs a partner to maintain and enhance the downtown environment. An independent board made up of those of us being taxed is the right way to manage any augmented services. A bid is the quick and nimble entity to make downtown enhancements. The bid will be more efficient, economical solution for downtown enhancements rather than the city of Asheville's attempts. Thank you.
Next speaker will be Gab Bonafilio. Okay. The next speaker will be Rachel Bliss.
Council, I'm going to keep a list going of these names that have not approached, so that we may need to call them.
Okay, that's fine.
You got it? Okay.
Maggie, okay. Our next speaker will be Stephen Lee Johnson. Okay, our next speaker will be Javin Lapp.
Good afternoon, Council. I'm here to ask you to vote against the proposed bid. I think we all understand what this is really about, the expanding housing and poverty crisis in this country. It's simply not good for business to have tourists and customers confronted with poverty. It puts them off their meal. A group of business owners have been lobbying y'all to do something. After that clumsy attempt to expand criminalization of poverty last year, this is the new attempt. Set up a private, unelected board and make it their problem. Give them the police power and wash your hands of it. I remember Mayor Manheimer eagerly explaining she had no control over the TDA. We can't blame y'all for that monstrous waste of taxpayer dollars, pimping our city out across the nation, filling our streets with bachelor parties. Maybe that scenario has become convenient. They do the dirty work, and you get to blame the NCGA. It's hard to imagine why else a group of Democratic lawmakers would be trying to privatize basic city services. I've seen the propaganda campaigns saying this is an attempt to help the homeless by connecting them with resources. The problem is there are no resources. We have no Medicaid expansion. We barely have a public housing authority. I trust council is aware that you can't currently apply for housing. You can fill out a pre-application, an absurd application for the application, to get on a wait list an unknown time in the future. With the new head of HACA busy trying to evict a community farm, this seems unlikely to change. So please stop wasting resources on attempting to move the homeless along when they have nowhere to go. Focus resources on improving the situation, like the community paramedic teams. If you want to connect people to resources, Pisgah Legal Services is doing a lot of work there. There are many organizations already in town attempting to accomplish these goals. Councilmember Kim Roney has a number of positive ideas. I would encourage you to explore those. Please just do not saddle our city with another unelected private board sterilizing our city. The unique character of Asheville, the Appalachian character, will definitely be crushed if you if you give this power to a private board of business owners to take control of our city. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Madison Hasey.
Yes, ma'am.
down a little bit then. I practiced for 2. What up, council? Nothing about the bid addresses fundamental human needs to survive that many people in Asheville are struggling to attain. Healthcare, living wages, affordable housing, and education, just to name a few. I feel that should be City Council's main focus before approving a private tax that only addresses the needs of a few. With the main marketing and budget focused around clean and safe, there's no clear definition on what clean and safe actually means. My initial reaction to a board that isn't publicly appointed is clean for who and safe for who. I don't believe they have everyone in mind when pitching a clean and safe downtown. I'm worried that it means cleansed of people they deem unworthy of taking up space, which usually points to marginalized communities. This all sounds too familiar of Asheville's painful history of breaking up and pushing out thriving Black communities through redlining, allowing a small group of people that are only concerned with protecting their property investments will continue to have dire consequences to our beloved community who are the heart and soul of this town. With so much hateful rhetoric toward our houseless neighbors, I'm afraid they'll be some of the most harmed, creating significant barriers to exiting homelessness. The bid blurs the lines between private and public space without the voice of our entire community to support it. I'm curious of how many pro-bid organizations have tried to work collectively to tend to their needs, and if so, do they have any proof? Like creating their own self-funded collective, essentially to do the work of a bid, but funding will be on a voluntary basis and not through mandatory property tax surcharges, including voluntary fundraising efforts that are meant to invigorate downtown. Downtown is everyone's downtown, and we all deserve to navigate how we care for it.
Our next speaker will be Rad Nesbitt. Next speaker will be Jordan Garman.
Hey, City Council. My name is Jordan Garman. I'm a native of Western North Carolina, a local business owner, and a resident of Buncombe County for over 10 years. I'm here today to ask you to vote no on the upcoming Business Improvement District vote. I believe that the bid proposal is simply the wrong tool to address many of the city's needs. Creating another unelected board to oversee the use of our tax dollars is not the answer. A tax increase will inevitably fall on the most vulnerable in our community. In a city in which finding affordable housing and a well-paying job is already difficult, the tax burden of such a proposal will inevitably fall on renters and small businesses. The implementation of such a proposal will create yet another roadblock for the most needy and marginalized in our community. The bid proposal, while being promoted as a tool to improve the safety, hospitality, and maintenance of the city, is yet another way the city is trying to push the most vulnerable in the city out of sight, increase police presence, and create a private, unelected security team to roam our streets. Vote no for the bid proposal. Please focus our tax dollars and your attention on real solutions. Please focus your energy on expanding paramedicine with qualified behavioral support specialists, secure living wages for the city public works and sanitation staff, and not creating another unaccountable board. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Hannah Gibbons.
Hi, my name is Hannah Gibbons. I'm one of the worker owners of So True Seed, a small employee-owned business within downtown limits, and I'm here representing on our behalf. We stand firmly against the Business Improvement District. There are major issues with the lack of research and outreach done by the City Council and the Chamber of Commerce that has taken place in preparation for this meeting. However, we would rather focus on the realities of what a bid would actually look like in Asheville. We take pride in being part of and contributing to our local economy, as we have been for the past 13 years. And as Asheville's only seed company, operating in a city that claims to value local food and agriculture so highly, we are an asset to the city and the downtown environment. The cost of living and working in Asheville has risen exponentially over the last several years. Last year, we made the decision to re-sign our lease on Haywood Street, though we've already outgrown the space that we're in because of the extreme lack of affordable business rental spaces in the city. And with only 8 full-time employees, we are still working to be able to provide health insurance benefits while simultaneously keeping wages high enough to accommodate the yearly rise in the cost of living in Asheville. We have concerns that the additional tax will make it more expensive for our small business to continue to grow and operate out of this city, let alone leave affordable housing options for renters that would live within the bid or even outside of it, as the bid will most definitely contribute to further gentrification of Asheville and the surrounding areas as it has in other cities. Additionally, our business sits within a large houseless community, and the city has long been absent in its role of providing resources for our neighbors. In our request for support, the city has only offered extra police patrols, which we are not in favor of. We strongly oppose an additional tax that will allow for increased and privatized policing and surveillance of our neighbors. Instead, we continue to stand by our community's call for affordable housing and resources for our houseless neighbors, all of which would be a better use of taxes paid by city residents. This whole process has lacked transparency to business owners and residents of Asheville, besides the few of those involved and in support of the process, and should be slowed to a halt until collecting more feedback and data. Thank you.
Next speaker will be will be Austin Walker. Okay. Next will be Susan Griffin.
Council members, my name is Susan Griffin. I've been a downtown resident and property owner for 20 years. I was a co-founder of DARN. I was on the ADA board for years, and I was co-chair of the previous 2013 bid committee. I'm asking you to vote no on this proposal before you today. It has too many unresolved and underdeveloped elements, too little real community input, a false sense of urgency to get it done. A bad bid is worse than no bid at all. And here's where this bid fails. A bid should be formed by a consortium representative of all stakeholders within the bid boundaries. This bid is a chamber-initiated effort. The steering committee is composed of chamber members. Residents, tenants, workers, other stakeholders have not been invited to join this this conversation. Successful bids are collaborative. All parties should contribute. This includes the city and county. In addition to acknowledging the untaxed value of their properties and the benefits a bid could provide to those entities and their workers, a contribution solidifies the joint effort needed to be productive. If the chamber wants to be part of bid management, they should be contributing financially as well. This plan even proposes reimbursing them with taxpayer dollars for the consultants' fees they incurred, which is just wrong on so many levels. We can appreciate they brought the conversation back to the table, but that was their decision and should not be a taxpayer burden. Interestingly, the report produced is virtually identical to the reports in the public record produced by the 2013 bid committee for free. The proposed ambassador program has some major flaws. Ambassador programs are only as strong as the resources they call on. There's a big gap between our current baseline service level and what is needed to make this work. Specifically, a staffed downtown police force, and more important, a 24/7 community responder program equipped to deal with the very real problems of mental health and associated behavioral issues, drug abuse, and houselessness. Without these core resources to call on, the ambassador program is just an expensive PR stunt. It may fool tourists, but it's not going to bring meaningful change to downtown residents and workers. What should you do? You should send this plan back to the drawing board. This time, make sure all downtown voices are heard. Appoint the initial bid board so that we can engage those who will be advising us how to spend our tax dollars. Open meetings to all constituents. Let the board come back in 6 months with a plan that might be workable and responsive to the actual problems we face downtown. We need better, you can do better. A good bid could be worth the wait. Vote no, not now. Also, since I have a little time, you might find it really interesting to read what the bid proposal is specifically for ambassadors. It's scary. There's a lot of subjectivity. Approach people who look different. Approach people who might not belong. It's a very, very scary part of this bid. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Ben Williamson. He's coming. Okay, we'll just move on. Our next speaker will be Austin Walker.
I think it was Hayden Plemons.
I'm sorry. Yes, Hayden Plemons. She'll be back. Next speaker would be Paul Tay. Next speaker will be Baron Northrop.
Good evening. Asheville doesn't need a bid. Asheville doesn't want to bid. You know this because of the decisive failure of the 2012 bid attempt. I suspect this might also be part of the reason you gave only today for public comment. Regardless, this does limit the ability of working citizens to speak about it. This is in direct defiance of the City of Asheville Comprehensive Plan, which states, quote, "In general, solicit the maximal amount of public input possible when implementing policies," end quote. It's hard not to view today's scheduling chicanery as a show of bad faith, which actually sets the tone perfectly for discussing the proposed bid because it is fundamentally a bad faith proposal. It would bloat private funds that don't need it by leeching off the people trying to survive in this city that grows increasingly unlivable. The bid proposes a private security outfit with no accountability, designed to enforce what amounts to punishing public evidence of poverty. We are certain that these attempts at safety will fail because bids across the country have racked up records of civil and human rights abuses. One author of Asheville's bid proposal, block by block, is already under suit for labor law violation. Asheville is our home, not a mall, not a portfolio. And the seats you currently occupy are reserved for public servants, not power brokers, not realtors. People live here, and the bid is explicitly designed to exploit us. It is gentrifying by nature, and so it cannot be amended, it cannot be reformed. We demand that you scrap the bid entirely. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Sherry Lucas. Calvin Herrera, you're on deck. Calvin. Liberty Valance. All right. Rick Bell. Who are you?
I'm Sherry.
All right, Sherry. Next, we have Calvin Herrera, if they're here.
Thank you, City Council and Mayor. Good evening. My name is Sherry Lucas, and I'm the Director of Go Local Asheville, formerly known as Asheville Grown Business Alliance, which was founded in 2011 by Franzi Sharon, a former local independent business owner of hip replacements on Lexington. She founded Asheville Grown to help support and protect our local independent business community. It started with a small group of downtown local businesses, I think around 30, and has grown to over 600 today, spread all over the greater Asheville area. In addition, we have thousands of Go Local cardholders, mainly locals who support our local independent businesses, many who live downtown, work downtown, stakeholders of downtown, and downtown adjacent. I also live in a community bordering downtown. I guess this is all to say I have a vested interest in what happens downtown. Through our growth, Go Local's mission has never wavered: grow a resilient local economy and thriving community, champion the unique character of our region, and advocate for prosperity for all. To this end, I'm here tonight, both as a resident and the Director of Go Local, in support of the bid. I have been involved in the process and have attended meetings since early on. The Chamber and others on the committee have demonstrated they care deeply about our community and have involved me, representing Go Local, and other organizations that represent local independent businesses, including the Asheville Independent Restaurant Association and individuals that are downtown local independent business members. I've had a chance to talk individually with downtown Go Local business members, as well as doing a survey, and I found many who support the bid. I think we all agree it's important our downtown is clean and safe for businesses, for their employees, for local residents and their visitors, and tourists. I think the bid will go a long way towards giving our local community the downtown it deserves. Thank you.
Thank you, Calvin Herrera. And on deck, we have Rick Bell.
Good evening. My name is Calvin Herrera. I'm speaking to you tonight on behalf of myself as an Asheville resident, as a downtown worker, as well as on behalf of Bob and Om, a small downtown business that I work at, with full support from its owner. We've always aimed to be a community-oriented establishment, and I'm here with my coworkers asking you to support your community by voting against this bid. To us, hospitality looks like cooking with love and sharing food affordably and accessibly. With the implementation of this bid, hospitality looks like weaponizing people's fear with our tax dollars and creating a force to further police our streets accountable only to private interests. This type of security does not protect the interests of those that spend the most time downtown, those that live and work here. I would argue that rather than protecting, it targets those that are most vulnerable. Working in the Grove Arcade, I've seen what it looks like to have a presence that serves to give people this sense of safety that they're claiming. Have a private security force, protecting people from the threat of discomfort that you might feel seeing someone who faces actual threats, of hunger, homelessness. They've never made me feel more safe. They've made me uncomfortable. They've escalated situations or had to hand them off to APD. This, I think, would be reflected with the bid. And I question how this is hospitality, and if it is, then for who? And I ask you to vote against the bid. Please don't use our money for services that we didn't ask for and we don't want.
Rick Bell? That was Rick Bell? No, Liberty said that they would speak during the hearing. Zoe Sapp? Atlas Hutchinson? Is that Zoe coming? Okay. Atlas Hutchinson, you're on deck.
Hi, my name is Zoe. I work at a small restaurant downtown, actually the same one that Calvin just spoke about. I'm not a great public speaker, so I'm going to keep this short and simple, but I'm here to speak out against this bid. This to me sounds like a city-motivated action, as well as the actions of the wealthy people invested in this bid to make money instead of actually benefiting the people who live and work here. As someone who already works in a building with private security, I have never felt safer because of their presence, and they have never helped me in dealing with something that they're supposed to. The idea of what is essentially a privately owned police force is genuinely concerning and not for the benefit of the people. I hope that you'll take this time to listen to the people who this will actually affect and reconsider trying to pass this bid. Thank you.
Next speaker will be Liberty Atlas Hutchison.
I've been seeing a lot of recurring themes, and I hope that you sort of take into account each time you hear these, not as the repetition of an idea, but as the coming together of a group of people with ideas that reflect one another. And I want to repose the question, to whose safety are you referring when you say you're providing safety? To whose security? Not those most at risk. Not security for those with no food. Not security for those with no housing. Giving support to people who continue to make Asheville less affordable and using our tax dollars to do it is a gross misappropriation of taxpayer money. Is a place that turns their backs on the people who are most vulnerable, really hospitable, and I would argue that the people this bid is helping are those who are already the safest. It's those who are already the most secure. It's members of this community or landlords in this community, people who have money here but not lives here, right? Given however many $1 million that you are considering putting towards this bid, like how many people could you house? Like how much trash could you clean up if you paid people hazard pay to pick up biohazards like needles and had them walking around because they care about our community and want to see a safer and cleaner place? What is more important to this council than the lives and safety of the people who exist here? Not only those with spending power. And what is something you could do that would actually help? What does security look like? A place to sleep and food. This council is responsible for the interests of Asheville's civilians, the renters, not the landlords who collect increasingly more profit while driving more and more people closer to poverty, closer to homelessness. There's been a 12% increase in homelessness from 2022 to 2023 in America. What protections does this city provide for those who have been continuously overlooked and underserved? Helping this community is not a monetary project. The amount of money put into the system that created the conditions of exploitation leading to poverty will never achieve another outcome. This bid does not prioritize the safety of the community's most vulnerable members. Investing in your community does not look like funneling more money into the pockets of those who view the city as an opportunity to make even more money here without giving back to those negatively affected by the proposed bid. You would just be repeating a cycle of exploitation, and I really encourage you to think about the will of the people. How many people showed up here today, took time out of their day, took excessive amounts of time out of their day, moved their schedules around, moved it around again because we care.
Thank you.
We really care. Thank you.
Next up is Paige Huziak, and she'll be followed by Julia Macias.
Let's mix it up. I'm in support because let's not mince words. We know the main point of bid is to reduce the downtown homelessness population and increase the area's attractiveness to tourists. The proponents of bid say they'll do this using ambassadors to connect the less fortunate to resources. This is exactly what needs to happen because everyone knows homelessness could be solved if we just told homeless people to engage with resources. They clearly have no idea that they exist, and I guess they're stupid. My husband, he's a doctor. I see him spend hours trying to place patients anywhere that they can get a place to stay after they've gotten treated in the hospital. He does this for hours after his shift is already ended. What the physicians like him and social workers can't accomplish would finally get done if we just had publicly funded, privately directed security, ambassadors to help. Some people say we can only clean the streets through collective liberation. They say we need affordable housing, good public infrastructure, workers' rights and protections, but I know it'd be much easier to hand our tax dollars over to local oligarchs. Plus, no one is talking about how great it would be for the business owners in charge of the bid. When they manage to harass the homeless people out of downtown, then it'll be the rest of Asheville's problem. Local competition in other neighborhoods will really suffer from that, and that will be great for their bottom dollar. If other parts of Asheville want to be as clean as our future downtown, then they should use the tax dollars for private security too. In conclusion, this policy is nice and undemocratic, and democracy sucks. That's why it's perfect to hear your constituents' opinions just once before the vote. Vote yes for public taxes in private hands with no public oversight.
Julia, no clapping. Julia, okay, followed by Patrick Connett.
Hello, I'm Julia. I work downtown. I didn't come with a speech prepared. I just had a question. I met someone recently who works in IT, traveling IT, and he's in town currently because the city of Asheville recently paid out, I believe the number he gave me was $65 million to update the body cam technology that we have in our on APD and their vehicles. And I'm just more confused on why we would spend all of this money and then spend more money to bring in an external private police force to downtown. I just don't understand unless we wanted to have someone without oversight or without accountability held to them to harass the minorities living in our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Maggie, do we have our presenter here? It's 7? Council, would council like to take a quick 10-minute break before this starts?
Well, we've been here, sitting here for 3 hours. At least give us 5 minutes to run to the restroom, if you may.
So we'll take a 10-minute break and then we'll get started with the presentation. Thank you. 10 minutes. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. We were able to get a little break in. And at this time, we are going to do our public hearing, D, to consider the Business Improvement District. And tonight we have Eva Michelle Spicer, the Bid Steering Committee member, who will present the item to City Council.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Good evening, Vice Mayor and members of council. Thanks for sticking with us tonight and being here late. I'm not going to pay attention much to these slides until the very end. This is really more about a story and why this is important. So my name is Eva Michelle Spicer. I am an Asheville native, born right here at Mission Hospital and about to have my child at Mission Hospital. And my husband and I are the 4th generation to run my family's business, known today as Spicer Green Jewelers. For nearly a century, since 1926, from the original location on Wall Street to our current home on Patton Avenue, our small business has proudly called downtown Asheville home. Even in the 1970s and 80s, as many businesses left downtown for the mall, my grandparents refused to abandon downtown and instead renovated one of the city's Art Deco gems, the building our business still calls home today. Even in the past few years, as online shopping and major chains have put pressure on local shops to abandon their bricks and mortar, my husband and I doubled down and implemented a full renovation of the building that we lease in 2016 because we believe in downtown Asheville. The Asheville that I and some of you grew up in the 1980s and 90s was a very different place than this amazing city that we call home today. Suburbanization nearly collapsed Asheville, but strong leadership transformed downtown Asheville into the vibrant city center that it is. From saying no to a downtown mall in the 1980s, to building the Pack Place Art and Science Education Center in the 1990s, to the massive renovation of Pack Square and City County Plaza in the early 2000s, to the significant growth of downtown housing in the 2010s, to recent pivots and partnerships during the pandemic, our city's history is punctuated with key decisions that transformed Asheville and made it a better city for all of her residents. Tonight, I'm here before you as your neighbor and constituent to ask for your support in making another one of those key transformational decisions that will make our city center an even greater asset to our region and our community. We come before you as residents, business owners, property owners, and community leaders to recommend that council create a community-managed business improvement district along what are the traditional boundaries of the central business district. And while the term used is business improvement district, to be clear, this bid will also serve the more than 2,000 residents that call the CBD home, making it one of the largest single neighborhoods in the city. But the bid isn't just for the businesses and residents of downtown. It is to make sure that downtown is safe and clean for the enjoyment of everyone in the city. So why a bid? As the city center, downtown Asheville's foot traffic, bike traffic, and car traffic are significant. Tens of thousands of people come into downtown Asheville each day to work and play, which exacerbates public safety needs. This significant daily influx of the public into downtown also means that it is a bigger lift to keep the sidewalks, parks, and gathering spaces clean. Rather than stretch the city's resources further to the possible detriment of other neighborhoods, the residents and business owners of the CBD come before you tonight to request a dedicated tax assessment managed by a community board to provide significantly expanded safety and cleanliness services. The core work of all bids is safety and cleanliness, which is implemented through a team of well-trained ambassadors. Bid ambassadors are trained to triage situations such that the right responders may be called and the right response implemented, whether that is led by our amazing police, our community paramedics, mental health providers, or whomever appropriate. This not only reduces emergency response times, ensures the right professionals are helping, but it also, and probably most importantly, puts more eyes and ears on our sidewalks to make sure that folks in need are not overlooked. To be clear, the ambassadors are not a replacement for any of the essential responders. They can't be and shouldn't be. They are not armed. They are not medically equipped. The ambassadors are the eyes and ears to make sure that folks in need get the help they require. Bid ambassadors will fill a crucial gap in community care. The bid will also have a team dedicated to keeping downtown Asheville clean and in good repair. The significant influx of people into downtown each day means that public trash cans need to be emptied more frequently. Street gutters and sidewalks need to be cleaned more often, and that there are benches that need to be repaired and street posts that need tags removed and repainted. The bid proposal team interviewed leadership from bids all over the country and visited several throughout the region, and the responses were universal. They said it was one of the smartest things they did for their communities. It not only has made the area safer and cleaner, but has markedly improved the relationship and trust between city and community members. And while a downtown bid is but one tool in a multifaceted approach to enhancing the vitality of our city center, it is a very effective one. Through many conversations with the downtown community and surrounding areas, we've worked to develop a framework for how a business improvement district may be most impactful in downtown Asheville. At this juncture, it is our goal to secure the creation of the bid through City Council, look to the City of Asheville to conduct a request for proposals for management of the Business Improvement District, and to establish the founding community board. Our vision for the Business Improvement District and its implementation is threefold. One, to be transparent. The bid will follow open meetings and public records laws to ensure transparency. Each year, Asheville City Council will approve the Board of Directors and the budget. The Board of Directors will develop a 3 to 5 year strategic plan that will be operationalized by a local management organization. While the initial period for the bid is 10 years, there will be an annual report presented to City Council and a significant review at 5 years. We also recommend that the Business Improvement District be subject to a regular financial audit. 2, to be inclusive. Because anyone who pays property taxes within the bid district, either directly or through a lease agreement, will be included in the Business Improvement District and be considered to serve on the Board of Directors. When nominating the Board of Directors, the bid should consider diversity of industry, geography within the district, race, gender, and socioeconomic status. The bid should also regularly convene community partners such as the businesses of South Slope, Asheville Independent Restaurants, the Block Collaborative, Go Local Asheville, the Downtown Association, the Chamber of Commerce, Explore Asheville, and the Downtown Asheville Residential Neighbors, among many others. This will ensure the voices of a cross-section of stakeholders are taken into consideration. 3, to have integrity. The Business Improvement District will offer full circle reporting on engagement within the community, including staff shift reports. All bid employees will receive several levels of training, including anti-racism training, equity training, and de-escalation training. The bid will consistently track and implement best practices for equity and peer support. The bid will offer competitive, sustainable living wages for all staff and position itself as a premier place to work in the community. Transparency, inclusivity, and integrity will ensure a successful business improvement district that truly serves our entire community. Using the bid framework to levy resources from downtown to support downtown means that the needs of other neighborhoods are not adversely affected by the additional needs of downtown. Asheville has come a long way since its near collapse in the 1970s, thanks to great leadership and transformational decisions. This is one of those transformational decisions, a moment that we will look back on for years and generations to come as one that advanced Asheville for the good of all of its people. So on behalf of your neighbors who have come together to enthusiastically request that the city establish a downtown a business improvement district in Asheville, we appreciate your time and thoughtful consideration. So a couple of just highlights, making sure that they're in the record of the bid services. Safety and hospitality still is at the forefront, and enhanced cleaning. And I'd like to turn it over to Larry Crosby.
Good evening, and thank you, Council, for having me here today. So I'm Larry Crosby. I'm the general manager of the Foundry Hotel in downtown, also an Asheville resident. Been here about 6 years. And after the informal presentation last month for the steering committee, we took your feedback and proposed changes that we would like to tell you about tonight. First, we heard clearly a desire to remove the north side of Hildebrand Street, which included 3 residences and a church. Those parcels were removed, as you can see, from the northeast corner. And I want to make sure I'm on the right slide here. Go to slide. Changes to the board also include adding a 15th seat to be a representative of the community council, a partner roundtable that includes groups like AIR, DARN, Go Local, Asheville, the Block Collaborative, and the businesses of the South Slope. Alongside geographic sector, race, and gender diversity in considering a board slate, we are adding a residency as a consideration. We have heard clearly a desire to add a city council member as ex officio, and are proposing to do so to strengthen the partnership between the proposed bid and the city council. We are also proposing to move the TDA from ex officio to the community council partnership roundtable. Finally, we are proposing to amend the combined taxable value within commercial property seats, shifting the major property owner from $4 million and above to $1.5 million and above, large property being between $1.5 million and $500,000, and small property being below $500,000. This was just a quick update on those changes that we had and that we considered and wanted to present for you tonight. And so thank you for the short time tonight, and we hope that these changes have been responsive to your requests and concerns that were raised in the last meeting. We do believe that the bid is an important tool that would benefit our community and through enhanced services and great partnership. If there's any questions, we have Zach Wallace with the chamber that's available to answer any questions.
I have a question.
Okay.
So first, thanks for removing Hildebrand. If you go back, you mentioned something about including the Block Collaborative. Can you go back to would they be included as part of the community council?
Yes.
And not necessarily a designated seat?
Yes, ma'am. That's what we're proposing. The community council has been a part of the operational plan since we delivered it to the city 30 days ago. What we are proposing is that that group would choose someone to place in that 15th seat.
Thanks for everybody being here. I have quite a bit of thoughts. I just want to maybe frame some things because I think we're going to have a substantial public comment, so I'm not going to take up too much time. You know, I've long said, please, you know, someone propose a bid. I've started at a yes on a bid. And since the proposal has come to us and some of the concerns in the community, I haven't gotten to a point of support yet, which I've shared with most parties. And I think there's some kind of absence. I think Susan Griffin was here earlier and made a public comment. She was the co-chair of the board that tried to do the bid 10 years ago. And she made some comments that are really sticking with me, that there's just a lot of information being missed and really around what our responsibility would be as a council and what could be a bid and what is being proposed. So the council or the chamber and the steering committee have done this service of providing an option, what I would say, a proposal for how it could be rolled out. We also have other things at our control that are important to note. So we would be a council assigning a board and appointing the board members. It may be that the proposal suggests a slate. We may not agree with a slate. We may do elsewise. We also, if we adopt a bid and assign a map, then the onus on us is to either manage it ourselves or find someone else to manage it. And if we find someone else to manage it, then we have to go through our typical process you see us do, an RFP, a request for proposals on who might manage it. It's a public process and anyone can apply. But within that RFP, we have so much more levers. For instance, I like to use the example of community responders and ambassadors. I think both are great for the community. And I personally would like to see more community responders. So I know that via the RFP, I can explain that and I can request that. And if councilwomen support it, it would be in our request that we would actually be seeking out more community responders, not just ambassadors. I use that as one example. Another would be the board structure. Another would be the term. 10 years is being proposed. We don't have to do 10 years. We can do 3. I'm saying some of this because there's a lot of information that hasn't quite made it out on how a bid can operate outside what is just being proposed. And that gives me some hope because I feel like there's a lot of input to be heard, but a lot that's still missing. And I know I want to share a couple things. There's going to be another opportunity for input this Friday. The Downtown Commission is holding a meeting just for this. It's at 9 o'clock in the morning, 9 to 11 at the first floor of City Hall, all the way on the left. I also want us to think as a council what this could look like in 10 and 20 years. Because right now we're talking about a proposal of, I think, 9 cents, and it amounts to about $1 million in annual tax. But what if it's 10 million or 20 million? You know, this idea that the TDA and the unelected body managing a large pool of funds is not lost on me. So I'm not saying it's going to get to that, but I'm curious if we're thinking that far out and what we might do now to assuage some of the concerns that we have with this other body. I'm concerned, I've mentioned this before, I'm concerned about using property tax value as a criteria for leadership and just generally. And I know that most cities, a lot of cities in North Carolina have these bids, okay, like 50 other cities. This isn't an unusual structure, but how we roll it out is very important. And a lot of other cities don't use this property tax value. And so I have lingering concerns on that. And I appreciate the steering committee coming back with like an adjustment, rolling it back a little. I appreciate the changing the council seat and adding the ex officio and moving the TDA to the other group. But it hasn't quite solved it for me. I'm not quite comfortable with the property tax as a criteria at this point. I also am concerned about the board appointment. Like, I do think that maybe council should look at appointing it like we do our other boards and committees, an open application process, and we've defined criteria and seats that we would like to see met. And maybe it's in line with what's been proposed. Maybe we have different ideas. I really don't know. I can't speak for anyone else, but I just want to give a sampling of where I'm at. So I'm not quite there. I really want to hear from y'all. I really want to hear from others at the Downtown Commission again. And we will come back together twice on this. So, you know, I just appreciate everybody's input at this point, and I wanted to kind of establish where I'm at.
CJ, I had a question to maybe confirm a part that you said, because I was looking into the North Carolina School of Government and some of the rules around what a business improvement district is allowed to do and can do. And I heard you say that you're interested in community responders, which I am as well, but I understood that that's a core service that a municipality should provide. And that if a bid is meant to serve above and beyond, that a bid actually couldn't provide funding for that. So I'd love to see some examples or what you might have learned.
Well, I understood, I did encounter that same point, but I understood that we could add to. So not replenish, like, so not cancel any of the existing programming that Buncombe County and the city does with our community responder programs, but that we could layer in more if we desired. And I think Brad, our city attorney, actually has some experience with bids and is kind of on call for us in our questions tonight, but I don't know if you can speak to that one directly.
Could you repeat that one time, just so I'm
Sure. So
answering the correct question?
Sure. So technically, the bid is supposed to go above and beyond existing services. So if there is an existing community responder program, would a bid be allowed to grow that program, not replace it, but grow it?
The short answer is yes. The North Carolina statute, specifically 168-536, allows for bid funds to be used for any service that the city is already providing. Now, for a bid, it would be to supplement, not supplant the existing services. Bid funds are intended to provide an additional service, but that can be in addition to or growing an existing service.
We
Right,
also.
so that would work like a municipal service district, which is one of the things that's so curious to me is because when I hear that we should provide better base services, which we talked about at the chamber meeting when I was there, and I hear it from a lot of business owners is like, we're concerned about the base level services. I am too. But when I say, well, then shouldn't we do a municipal tax district and provide the services we need? And they were absolutely adamant that they do not trust the city to oversee those funds. And so I asked, as was brought up by multiple members of this community, what if we started with just the enhanced cleanliness? And they said, no, the safety is the most important. And I agree that safety is the most important concern we have right now. I'm just surprised at the waffling, and it just seems like we either can or can't do it, but I don't see, if we had this level of business support for us to really meet the community's serious safety issues, I think we would have gotten community paramedicine program done. But we haven't had that, it's missing.
Well, and we have it, and it's still, I think, I even saw it on our vacancy list, so we don't even have, we haven't filled all those seats even. The only last comment I'll make is that I know a group of us, I wasn't able to attend, but the intercity's trip to Charleston was made recently and looked at that bid, and it was a smaller footprint. Like, one of the questions I still have is, are we looking at too large a footprint? And should we be starting with something smaller and rolling it out and graduating it or growing it? And I don't know the answer to that. It's just something I'm wondering. And it also, if we did a smaller footprint to gain that level of revenue, it would be a higher tax. So I'm also.
What area did you have in mind?
I'm not really sure. In downtown, we don't really have anything other than the CBD and the historic core as far as identified geographical areas right now. Okay, I've said enough, and we have a lot of folks that want to speak, so we're here to listen.
Any other comments or
I
questions?
kind of have a question,
for-
Brad. So you
Okay.
said, I'm sorry. You indicated that we could utilize, or bid dollars could be utilized for services that are above and beyond what is fundamentally required. How can you tell if what you're offering is above and beyond and not just something perhaps being removed from another area of town?
So the devils are in the details of that to a degree. The requirement of a bid in and of itself is that there must be a demonstrable need that is greater in the proposed bid area for certain services than exist in the rest of the city. So there must be a data-supported need that is above and beyond in the particular bid. And then the additional tax produces funds that add to the services to address those particular needs. So there has to be, and I think that the city staff has already been working to provide the steering committee with what we would consider the baseline services already provided. So we have been collaborating and providing information from the various departments about what services are already provided, because again, bid funds can only supplant, add to, or add additional new services, but cannot replace the funding for or the services that are already provided.
This is why we had to identify our existing service level, right?
And how often is that analysis given? Say, for instance, since you're saying 20 years down the road, there's a massive walkout, and we have fewer staff in whatever capacity. Is that analysis done yearly?
It certainly can be, and I do think that it is a rolling obligation for council to maintain the bid. The ability that the council has to manipulate the details of the bid are ongoing. In other words, each year with the fiscal tax rate setting at the end of each fiscal year, you would set whether or not there would be a tax and what degree the tax would hit for the bid, just as you do for the ad valorem tax for the whole city. So you have the ability to revision that. If the council determined that you were going to establish a bid and you were going to contract out for that service, North Carolina law only allows you to contract for 5 years with any particular outside entity, and then you must rebid that process, which means a new contract defining what the service provision would look like. So at least a 5-year max would be the maximum term that you'd be able to contract.
And we can include in the bid minority and women-owned business in the RFP?
Yeah, in the RFP, you absolutely can. It would follow the city's standard RFP process, which does have our ABI policy included right now for all bids.
And we can choose the type of board we want and whether, who's going to oversee the board? Well, I mean, like, their proposal isn't necessarily this is just their recommendation, right?
That's correct.
But we have the opportunity to comprise the board as we see fit.
Yes, this is a really important point. There is no obligation to form a bid board, even if you adopt a bid. Even if you adopt a bid and contract with a third party to perform the services, there is no obligation to form a bid board. If you do decide to form a bid board, it is council's discretion, how many people are on the board, who is elected, what the makeup of that board is. However, although you can empower that board, council must maintain final discretion over all use of funds.
You know, I do want to add one more thing. I've been a downtown worker for decades, and I do think there are times in our history in downtown where downtown would have benefited from a more nimble body. And this is why I think the bid seems like a good idea to me at the forefront, because, you know, there is a lot going on in downtown all the time. It's everyone's backyard, I like to say, but it is the business epicenter for 5 counties. Like, it is the core. There's a lot of activity. And, you know, we saw, I think, what was it, the 60-day initiative was a response to like a lot of issues going on and no one really knowing how to handle it. That was just one example, but council we can't always, you know, we budget once a year. It takes a long time to get something through a council process, and you've probably noticed this. And sometimes that's not nimble enough. And this is where one of the reasons I do think a bid can be a great entity to have. It's just, for me, how we roll out the details is what's important.
I want to add to that I do think, I mean, we had a little bit of public comment earlier, but I've been having a lot of conversations in the community from folks who are automatically against and automatically for, and a lot of people just have a lot of questions because they're curious. And I think that something that's on my mind when I think about downtown is stuff that I've heard in a lot of those conversations, and it's that, as Councilwoman Roney said, safety is important to me. And safety, I think, is, it's a wildly divisive conversation in our community, which feels really sad to me. I think people have really different opinions of how we get towards safety. And it's very visceral, and people have lived experience on all sides of this. And so I think at the heart of a lot of these conversations I'm hearing is that there's just really differing perspectives and deep mistrust of the others who have a different perspective. And that troubles me for our community and for my heart and for my kids' future. But I'm not here to, pontificate on philosophy, but I want to just name that this is this is part of what I'm hearing. This is part of the conversation. I hear people saying, you know, like, I won't paraphrase, but I feel like there's a lot of really deeply divisive rhetoric and language. And I want to lead from a place where we're building bridges. I want to lead from a place where, particularly for our downtown, we have a diverse ecosystem of people helping, moving in the same direction. And so I have a lot of curiosity. I'm glad that the law states that we have a hearing, then we have 2 votes on it. Like, we're gonna be talking about this for a while, and I've been part of these conversations for a while. But I think that I think that we need to figure out what a both-and solution looks like. To me, I think it's important to make sure that if we have a part of our community raising their hand, saying like, hey, I see a problem, could we help? I'm not in a place to turn away anybody helping right now. At least not to deeply vet that offer and to really consider what that means to us. And I think from some folks who I hear really pushing against that offer of help, at the heart of it is a deep mistrust of their intentions. And trust is an earned thing. I get that. But I'm eager for the both and. When I hear we could never pursue this until X, Y, and Z are done, I think being a perfectionist, that one part of the puzzle has to be perfect before we can look at other parts of the puzzle, isn't the community I lead in. So lots of questions still. I start with gratitude that other parts of the community are raising their hands and saying, hey, could we help? Here's a funding plan for it. Here's a proposal for it. I think we all need to vet that as a community. It doesn't feel right to just automatically turn away and label them. It just doesn't seem right to me. So that's not what I wrote down at all, but very much from my heart.
I have some opinions and ideas. I'm going to try to be really consistent with the chamber, but today I'm going to hold that because I want to do the hearing part of this today. So I'm happy to follow up with the partners who brought this to the table after the hearing, if I have any other questions.
So if we do not have any more questions or comment from council at this time, we will open public hearing. And what I'd like to say is the public hearing, basically, we do have a lot of speakers this evening. Looks like we still have over about 60 speakers to speak individually. You will have 3 minutes. The city clerk is the timer, and she'll basically give you a buzz at the end of your speaking of your speech. So our next person up today will be Gab Bonfanillo. Gab? Okay.
Can I ask a process question? So earlier in the public hearing, we kind of started early and then we kind of skipped folks because they weren't here at the moment, thinking they'd come back at 7. So we're looping around.
No, so we're
This
actually.
is last call?
No, what we're actually doing is the people that had signed up earlier, we're still filling them in. We're not.
Right. So I'm saying we're not going to double back again. This is kind of last call for those speakers.
Oh, as far as them not being here?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Just wanted to clarify.
Yeah, it's fine. Okay, our next speaker will be Rachel Bliss. She'll be followed by Stephen Lee Johnson.
Thank you, Councilwomen. And I don't envy you in your decision-making here because it is a big decision. I have a few points that I'd like to make. And I think, will this raise about $1 million, do I hear, annually from taxes? And I think a lot of people, a lot of small local businesses will be harmed by this. Many of them are already paying taxes up to their ears, and to just add more taxes to that will be like an avalanche in downtown Asheville, because that will affect the tenants who live here when the taxes go up for the landlords, the tenants pay more money. And a lot of them are just getting by as it is. It is said that it'll be dominated mainly by wealthy property owners. The board will be chosen by the chamber in secret and with other business groups. Uniformed patrols will have surveillance, and they will be dealing with things that they consider out of the ordinary. But in Asheville, everything is out of the ordinary. So, you know, we have protests, and I am one of the regular protesters, and we feel that we need to continue to have the freedom to protest when it's necessary. And I stand with the Asheville food and beverage workers who are here tonight. And I figure that they have looked at this issue thoroughly. And so with them, I say to vote against this proposal. Lastly, I want to bring up the homeless in our area. I've known homeless people who do much of the work that the safety ambassadors would do. I see them picking up litter. I see them scolding people for being messy. These people do it for no charge, just donations. And I kind of relate it to the Gazans over with the Israel and Gaza fight. That Israel moves them south, then they move them middle, and then they move them back north, and they always come back. They're not going to leave their homes. And I feel that way with a lot of our homeless population. They are also resilient, and they will come back, and they will be part of the community just like you and I are. So I really hope that you'll consider this very seriously and decide to vote not now. Just like you said in 2020, 2012, not now.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Stephen Lee Johnson.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and members of council. My name is Stephen Lee Johnson, and I stand here this evening as a very proud resident, a downtown property owner, and downtown business owner. I'm here to express my enthusiastic support for the proposed business improvement district here in downtown Asheville. Having either lived or worked in the central business district continuously throughout my 22 years here in Asheville, I have witnessed firsthand the continued evolution of our downtown. It's been a joy to see the growth of downtown businesses, all the new downtown residents, the restaurants, even tourism. However, this growth has come with increased challenges in maintaining safety, cleanliness, which are all imperative in both the well-being of residents and visitors alike. A business improvement district would provide our local businesses with the opportunity to take ownership of their surroundings, and invest in projects and campaigns aimed at enhancing the downtown area, not replacing the existing services of the city. I firmly believe that the implementation of a bid will quickly become integral to Asheville's continued success, contributing to downtown beautification, employment initiatives, and increased consumer spending. There are numerous benefits that a bid can bring to downtown Asheville, from things like increased street signage and marketing for local festivals, the establishment of a reliable Wi-Fi public network. These enhancements are essential for our continued success. Additionally, a bid would provide stakeholders with a platform to voice their ideas and preferences for improving our downtown environment. I personally am passionate about seeing our sidewalks and streetscapes becoming even more beautiful and safe.
Additionally, I want to highlight the intangible yet invaluable improvements that cities throughout North Carolina have experienced with the implementation of bids. These include significant reduction in crime rates, enhancements in public health, and the overall safety and welfare improvements. Moreover, bids have played a crucial role in promoting the economic vitality of the districts they serve, attracting investment and fostering a thriving business environment. A successful bid would empower us to achieve this and more. I firmly believe the Bid Steering Committee, in collaboration with partners like you and the Downtown Association, has the expertise and capability to appoint the best possible board to oversee the bid. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Next speaker will be Brad Nesbitt.
Yes.
Be followed by Austin Walker.
Good evening. Thanks for having me. I appreciate you listening to everybody's voices. My name is Rad Nesbitt. I represent Hatteras Sky. We're a real estate business development company here in town. We own a number of buildings and a parking lot within the proposed district. We also own Zelda Dearest and are part owners of the Table Restaurant, both of which are also in the proposed business improvement district. I'm also personally a resident downtown. Myself and our company favor passage of this legislation, even though it will increase our property taxes. The proposed and suggested benefits of the bid, we believe, are part of a vision for downtown that we subscribe to. That vision includes an inviting atmosphere with clean streets and amenities and additional resources for residents and visitors. We understand the concept has improved other communities in North Carolina and in other states. That data has been shared with us by the Chamber of Commerce. We want to thank the Chamber and everyone else who has come together and shared this information. The vision that we have is shared by a lot of people in this room, and we would like to favor the council's passage of this legislation. Thank you very much.
And Austin will be followed by Ben Williamson.
Good evening. Thank you for hearing all these public voices. I am a resident of Asheville for 20 plus years. I have several businesses in town, and I am here to urge you to vote yes for the bid for all the reasons that have been discussed thus far by the pro-bid folks. Councilwoman Turner, I appreciate your comments about setting the record straight on what a bid is and how it would actually operate. And Councilwoman Ullman, I appreciate your two comments about the expanding the trust scenario that we currently have and also taking the tone down. This bid, in 5 years, we could look back at this bid and be very proud of what we did because it was run by people that put their hand up, that are residents, business owners, and property owners in the district that we're talking about, and that are the right people to provide the community leadership. That has historically happened in our community, and we think right now is the time to put in this efficient and nimble organization that is community-driven to help us clean up downtown. Thank you.
Ben Williamson will be followed by Rick Bell.
Thank you, Council, for the opportunity to speak. My name is Ben Williamson. I'm a business owner, been in Asheville 21, 22 years. I'm also the executive director of the Asheville Poverty Initiative. We operate 12 Baskets Cafe in West Asheville, and we're honored to serve a cross-section of the local community, but we're also honored to serve primarily folks experiencing poverty and a number of people experiencing homelessness every day at the cafe. So we're very interested in the bid, and I'm not here to particularly argue for or against it. Really just mostly concerned with the safety ambassador piece that I've seen in the proposal, and I think a lot of the folks that in the community that I work with every day are concerned about that. But I also want to lift up an existing entity that we have in the city and the county that, in our view, does an incredible job. The Community Responder Community Paramedic Program, for the work that we do, has been absolutely invaluable, very professional, responsive, supportive, clearly trauma-informed, clearly trained in de-escalation. They've been a training resource, and they're incredibly relational. When they're not on calls, they're in the garden, they're at A-Hope, they're at Haywood, they're building relationships so that when they show up to a particular call, they're non-threatening, they're respected, and they're able to quickly and immediately connect folks to appropriate resources. My only concern with the community paramedic program is as many times as we've used them and relied on them and benefited from their support, we've called them and no one's answered because we know that they're not a fully, they're not 24/7, 365 yet. So I worry about safety ambassadors reacting to a situation and making a call, community paramedics maybe not being available at that point. We're worried about the default being a police response for a health issue, such as mental health or addiction or first aid, anything that involves police to an issue that's not a criminal issue concerns us. So whether or not the bid progresses or how the monies are used, we certainly hope that the community paramedic and community responder program, which so many people I know here support and are proud of, is elevated to the top of that conversation and potentially more fully integrated into what this might look like. If the bid does not pass, we hope that the program continues to be lifted up and potentially expanded to support all of us here in the city. So I appreciate your listening and your consideration and all your hard work. Thank you.
Rick Bell, followed by Patrick Connett.
Good evening, City Council members and city staff. My name is Rick Bell. I'm the Executive Director of the Asheville Buncombe Hotel Association. I'm here to speak on behalf of the downtown hotels in favor of the proposed business improvement district. As proposed, we feel the bid represents the best opportunity for property owners and city officials to, working together, address and solve problems that have challenged Asheville for years. As has been previously noted, this collaborative approach to problem solving should deliver many positive results, including a cleaner and safer downtown environment for downtown tenants and residents, business customers and employees, and visitors to enjoy. A healthier downtown economic base where businesses feel incented to invest in new goods and services. Increased property values. Also increases in sales and property tax revenues resulting from more business coming into downtown Asheville, and an improvement in Asheville's reputation as a good place to live, work, and visit. Additionally, an improved downtown Asheville will have positive impacts in the broader community of Western North Carolina as well. As the hub of, as Council Member Turner mentioned, as the hub for the amenities and services that suburban and regional residents depend on, this investment in downtown will pay dividends for years to come, ensuring that these locals, even though they may not live in the district, will continue to support and benefit from what Asheville has to offer. It is for these reasons that we applaud and support the efforts of the Asheville Area Chamber of Commerce to spearhead the effort to create the bid, and we encourage the City Council to vote in favor of its creation. Thank you.
Patrick Connett, followed by Hayden Plemons.
Members of City Council, my name is Patrick Conan, and I'm a 17-year resident of Asheville. I'm speaking to you today as the director of Sunshine Labs, a local organization that works with a coalition of community partners to advance transparency and increase public participation in the work of our local government. We issued an open letter titled "Lift the Lid Off the Bid," highlighting concerns with public participation, transparency, and accountability in the current proposal for a downtown bid. We are submitting a list of individuals and organizations that have endorsed our letter as part of the public record, and I've provided those to the city clerk. While Sunshine Labs is not taking a position as to whether downtown needs a bid in general, we are deeply concerned with the proposal the chamber has put forward, and we encourage council to vote no on what is on the table today. The proposed governance structure allocates 9 of 15 seats to property owners, with no seats set aside specifically for downtown workers or small businesses. If the city is going to allocate seats on a bid board, they should be given to voices that struggle to be heard in the work of local government, not those who own the most property. The proposal also requires that the Chamber Steering Committee nominate the initial board, and the board itself would nominate replacements when vacancies occur. This proposed governance structure would create a bid board that is structurally designed to resist change, and we fear it would be unaccountable to both council and the people of Asheville. The Chamber and Downtown Association are responsive to their members, and this proposal reflects the wants and needs of certain voices. However, we feel that this conversation and this process has not adequately considered the perspectives offered by the diverse group of workers, business owners, and others that built up downtown Asheville. I encourage council to listen closely to other folks who have signed up to speak today and pay close attention to those who are concerned by this proposal or feel their voices have not been heard in the process to this point. This process feels rushed to reach a July 1st deadline, and I feel strongly it would be a mistake for council to push forward a flawed and incomplete proposal just because the chamber says so. We strongly encourage council to allow additional opportunities for public comment at the May and June meetings. You certainly have the ability to allow additional comment if you want to hear from more people. If what you're hearing suggests that this proposal needs more work, then by all means, take the time to continue to have these conversations, and let's make sure that a bid is something downtown needs, and if we do it, get it right, even if that pushes these conversations into the next year. Thank you.
Followed by Paul Tay. Hayden is here, followed by Paul Tay.
Good evening, esteemed members of council. I'm Hayden Plemons, the Executive Director for the Asheville Downtown Association. I'm here today to express our support for the implementation and funding of the Business Improvement District in downtown. As you know, the Downtown Master Plan calls for the establishment of an improvement district, stating that downtown deserves its own professionally managed entity that can serve as a housekeeper and champion for downtown. The proposal submitted today has the potential to realize the city's vision for a more beautiful, safe, and welcoming downtown. Since early 2023, the Asheville Downtown Association has worked with the Business Improvement District Steering Committee and community leaders to develop a framework for a bid that would work for downtown Asheville. We've been involved in community outreach, including 2 stakeholder surveys, 9 town hall meetings, garnering input from more than 400 business owners, employees, residents, property owners, and customers of downtown. This is in addition to our newsletter, which we've sent a few times, with outreach for more than 3,000 subscribers. I personally have spent time with multiple community groups and gone door to door, engaging over 230 downtown businesses and counting. The feedback I received and that the bid steering committee received from these community members helped to shape and change the proposal that you saw today. The Asheville Downtown Association intends to continue to convene our community and lead the discussion around developing a business improvement district that is transparent, inclusive, and that has integrity to the city. Given the extensive support from those directly impacted and the alignment with the Downtown Master Plan, we respectfully urge you, the City Council, to approve the implementation and funding of the Business Improvement District. By doing so, you'll be endorsing a vision that reflects the aspirations of our community and helps lay the foundation for a vibrant downtown Asheville. Again, the Downtown Association remains committed to engaging all stakeholders and supporting City Council in any way necessary to bring this vision to life. Thank you for considering our request, and we look forward to working together to create a downtown that is beautiful, safe, and welcoming for all.
Paul Tay. Liberty Valance. Followed by J.B. McGibbons.
Good Good evening. In every city where they try to sell the idea of a business improvement district, the consultants lean on the idea that bids are inevitable, logical extensions of urban progress. We've heard there are thousands of bids in North America. Every major city in North Carolina has one, et cetera, et cetera. This sounds compelling, but the truth is that there are over 4,500 cities in the United States, and the vast majority don't have bids. Across the country, communities are rejecting this form of neoliberal urbanism and its noxious track record. I'm going to name a few places that have rejected bids since Asheville last considered adopting one in 2012. Alexandria, Virginia, Birmingham, Alabama, Hilo, Hawaii, Kansas City, Missouri, Norman, Oklahoma, Jackson Heights, New York, Lebanon, Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, twice, Rochester, New York, twice, Rutherford, New Jersey, Sarasota, Florida, St. Paul, Minnesota, and St. Louis, Missouri. These are just a handful of places where bids have been rejected or established and then disbanded. And here in Asheville, we have our own history of skepticism towards this nonsense. Rather than being a new idea, the bid is an extension of an old idea. The idea that downtown exists for and should be controlled by commercial landowners and the rich. This is a belief at the heart of Asheville's shameful period of urban renewal, in which business leaders and city officials conspired to strip Black residents of community and wealth in order to transform downtown into a tourist playground. And it was the belief at the heart of the 1974 campaign by business leaders, again, to evict residents, bulldoze the city center, and build a 22-acre shopping mall. A proposal that was thankfully defeated by community activists. Honestly, it is shocking, given this history, that the wealthiest few continue to set the agenda at the expense of our entire community. I urge you to vote down this plutocratic scheme: no private security, no private control of public funds, no new tax burden for renters and small businesses, no bid.
J.B. McGibbons.
Evening, council members. My name is J.B. McKibben with McKibben Hospitality. Our group is a large property owner in downtown Asheville. We have hotels, workforce housing, restaurants, 4 local tenants and climbing, among other holdings. As far as I'm aware, we're the largest property owner impacted by the bid. We'll represent roughly 10% of what's required for the bid to implement it. I've been on the BID steering committee, and clearly I wish we were not at a point where we needed to spend extra funds in order to get where we felt the city needed to be welcoming to our guests and our employees. But clearly I think there's a lot of support around it because people feel that it's needed. Particularly our employees. We've had employees that have been mugged, unfortunately, that feel unsafe, walking to their vehicles. We've had riots in our hotel, through our windows, etc. So it's not all about police, but an additional presence in downtown to make it clean and safe. And I really don't think it should be that complicated. I don't think we need to overthink it. It's focus on the basic necessities, clean and safe, and supplement the city's resources in that endeavor. I've been part of other bids. Chattanooga would be one of them I was personally involved with. In that case, it was not contentious. For whatever reason, it's more contentious here, but it's been effectively deployed, and it makes downtown Chattanooga a very pleasant place to experience as an employee or a guest. So I'm here tonight to give my advocacy as one of the larger owners that will be footing the bill if this is implemented, that I support the plan that the chamber's put together. I think it's overdue. Be great if there was an alternative plan that had less personal impact on our business, but we're here to continue to support the city and what it needs to make Asheville a great place. Thank you.
Nina Tovish, followed by Grace Barron.
Good evening, council members, and thank you for your stamina in listening to all of this commentary. I'd like to take this all back to first principles. I believe we've been taught that government derives its legitimacy from the consent of the governed, and in a democracy, we elect representatives to enact our interests, and we are able to hold them accountable through elections. One of the primary functions of government is taxation. You may recall that we had a revolution about that. The slogan was "No taxation without representation." I put it to you that it is undemocratic to collect taxes and spend them without the governance of elected representatives. The bid, like the TDA, is an undemocratic entity using the power of government to raise funds for the benefit of an unelected few who disperse them without direct accountability to the citizenry. By the way, there's an alternative. Those persons or entities that want to improve downtown could voluntarily form an association, contribute voluntarily to it, and spend those funds however they see fit, legally, without participation of government. Government does not have to fund such an entity. Those interests could do it for themselves. In fact, I put it to you that the TDA should also be such an association, voluntarily funded by those interested in promoting our region and their businesses. The taxation power of government should not be arrogated by private interests. And by the way, as it stands, according to these suggestions, someone could actually sit both on the TDA and the BID, which is kind of a scary concept if you think about it. In sum, council should not allow its taxation and budgeting power to be usurped. This is your job to decide how taxation funds are spent. You were elected. A BAD board will not be elected. Please claim your power. Thank you for your attention this evening.
Grace Barron, followed by Jen Hampton.
Hi again. I had some other comments prepared, but I actually want to address a comment that I heard earlier from one of our council members in relation to this. It was, "I'm not in a place to turn away anyone helping." And when I think of this, I think of my friends who are charged with felony littering for for trying to help unhoused people in our community. I think of how they are surveilled. People who are distributing food on a weekly basis to unhoused people are being surveilled by Asheville Police Department. We are turning away help from people on a consistent basis and actually criminalizing them for trying to help. I'm not even sure why we are looking at this piece of the puzzle when we have much more pressing needs on the table. And I'm really disturbed, again, with how we put the order, you know, trying to both sides this issue, is that, like, the difference on the two sides of this are people who have wealth and power to gain and maintain, and people on the other side who have livelihoods to maintain when their survival is at stake in our community. So I think we've heard this theme of what safety is and for whom, but it is a tale as old as time to have oppressors and the oppressed and the people who are protecting property versus the people who are protecting people. And I will not allow a false equivalency here, because protecting people absolutely comes first. The mistrust that exists around this, the intentions behind it are because we witness the outcomes of it every day. We know what gentrification has already done to our community. We know what those with wealth and power have already done to our community. We know how hard it is to be able to afford to live here. And we see the results of that every day. And that's enforced through a police system that criminalizes people for not being able to do that. It reminds me of our maybe soon to be next president, who said they're very good people on both sides. That's what that kind of language reminds me of. We know what happens when we concentrate power in the hands of the elites, because we've seen it so many times before. I vehemently agree with funding the community paramedics program. You all have opportunities to do this stuff where we already are without implementing this BID. And we could add basic necessities like more trash cans downtown, places that we can safely dispose of needles, adding more trash, and adding, just more resources for people in the community. There's nowhere for people to go here, and I have no reason to believe that this won't just lead to more policing of the same people you've already been cracking down on.
Thank you. Jan Hampton, followed by Elizabeth Button.
Good evening, y'all. My name is Jen Hampton. I work for Just Economics, but I'm also the chair of Asheville Food and Beverage United. And my comments tonight are on behalf of AFBU members who are asking you to please reject the bid. We believe that our community resources could be put to better use. The bid promises safety and sanitation above and beyond the services provided by the city. But we don't even have enough staff in Public Works to provide baseline services. And this is largely due to the fact that we don't pay these folks enough to live here. Maybe if we raise taxes to ensure recruitment and retention for these positions instead of the bid, we would be able to provide the baseline services. We could also expand services like the community paramedics who have uniquely qualified behavioral health and peer support services. We've been told that the ambassadors will be making a living wage. And while we think it's right, of course, to pay all workers a living wage, the city of Asheville is not even paying our public employees a living wage. Not even our firefighters and other frontline workers are being paid enough to live in the community they serve. There also are concerns over the governance structure of the bid, as we've heard, due to the fact that there are 0 seats set aside for downtown service workers. These are the people who will be most impacted by the bid, yet they will have no voice in the decision-making process. And speaking of the governing board for the proposed bid, this will basically be another board like the TDA, made up of unelected people with 0 accountability to the community. The company hired to help develop this bid proposal is currently facing numerous lawsuits around their labor practices. We don't need that in Asheville. We can and should do better for the people who live and work here. Without the workers who take care of our community and support the tourism economy, this is all going to fall apart anyways. If we keep pushing the working class out of Asheville, we will not be able to sustain the level of tourism we have now, let alone future growth. So again, we ask you to reject the bid and instead prioritize things like paying our frontline workers a living wage and to partner with the county on the community paramedics program. That is what our community truly needs. We do not need to prioritize our public services. Thank you.
Elizabeth Button, followed by Rebecca Heck.
Good evening, City Council. Thank you for this moment to talk to you. I am a resident of Asheville, have been here for 15 years now. Came as a small business owner. I'm no longer, I'm retired from that business, but I am still chairing the Asheville Independent Restaurant Association, which has sent you letters in support of the bid. The reason that we support it is because we are in support of our small businesses, which the majority are independent restaurants that are located downtown, employing thousands of workers. The workers have made it clear to city council members over the last couple of years that they are concerned about their safety and the cleanliness of downtown. Therefore, we are in support of the bid. Thank you.
Rebecca Heck, followed by Anders Cristiano.
Good evening. I don't really have anything prepared. I just wanted to speak to you guys as neighbors. My name's Rebecca Hecht. I've lived here for 30 years. I came here in a van full of hippies and dogs on ropes. I've also been a business owner for 20 years downtown. I've owned 3 businesses. I recognize that it was a privilege to go from coming here in a van to being a business owner. And in this past year, I was able to purchase my retail space. So I'm also a property owner downtown. I know that this makes me a stakeholder today, but I would argue that 30 years ago when I came here in a van full of hippies, I was a stakeholder then. I would argue that the people that I fed at a soup kitchen 3 days a week for many years, I was a stakeholder then, and the people that I fed were too. I find it disappointing that we're pitting this binary option of policing downtown or keeping it safe for everyone. I think that's a false idea. I was also on the Downtown Commission. I served on the Downtown Association Board, and I was one of the biggest cheerleaders of the bid subcommittee that I served on when it was proposed in 2013. At this time, I can no longer be a cheerleader for the bid proposal. I think there's too much gray area here. I would point to quoting some of the things that the bid ambassadors would do, and one thing that concerns me is to report anything out of the ordinary. Who decides what's out of the ordinary? I mean, is it out of the ordinary to protest? Is it out of the ordinary to feed people? Is it out of the ordinary to be dressed colorfully? I don't know. That seems very gray area to me. And who gets to choose what's out of the ordinary and who is enforcing that? And then who will they call upon to enforce something out of the ordinary? This is so much gray area. I also have an issue with the fact that the chamber has put up $200,000 for this process and wants to be paid back. And they're not even required to pay in. They actually are not stakeholders, in my point of view. I don't want my self-imposed tax money being spent to chase around addiction and homeless and mental health issues. I think we do need around-the-clock community responders. If we were going to move forward with this bid, they should be working hand in hand with any ambassadors. And ambassadors should be people who are giving directions to my business, helping out our guests and visitors, maybe even walking people to their cars. But they can't do that if they're involved with mental health crises.
Anders Cristiano, followed by Hunt Mallett. Anders. Nope. Okay. So let's go on to Hunt Mallett, and it'll be followed by Vicky Meets.
For those of you that can't see the list, we have about 28 speakers left.
It's a little hard walking up here after sitting so long. My name's Hunt Millett, and I'm part of a family that's had businesses and owned property here in Asheville for 5 generations since the turn of the 19th century. I presently operate the wine house downtown. And along with it, we have rental units and business rentals as well. We believe in diversity and affordability. We have tenants that are from Nepal, China, Ethiopia, residents that are African American, working class, and old white guys like me. I'm against this bid for a number of reasons that have already been stated, but primarily it's not fair in how the funding is centered on those that are in Asheville downtown paying these property taxes. and not for the entire county, in my opinion. Everybody gets to enjoy the good things that happen in the downtown area. Why put the burden of something like a bid with all of its gray areas on just those that are paying property taxes or business taxes in the city? I think the whole process is rushed. It feels like here we are doing a public comment, and then you'll have 2 more meetings where you have votes at each meeting, and then the darn thing would be implemented within days after the final vote, if you all see fit to vote on it. I hope you don't. I want to acknowledge the improvements and the positive aspects that City Council did since our last voting down of the bid in 2012. I look out the window of my business and I see much cleaner streets. The 2 different companies have been contracted to cleaning over those years. Both of them did a very good job, and I think continue to do a good job of cleaning up. And of course, there still are incidences of things that are going to be messy and you have to respond to. That's going to happen no matter what. The other thing is, I don't feel that we have the bid would not have the ability to walk everybody that needs walking home from work. There's just no way that could happen. I don't also consider our streets to be that unsafe. I'm happy to have people, both employees and patrons of our business, who seem to find a way to come and enjoy and not feel unsafe. It would be very bad that if they came to a situation where it was so unsafe that they could go. Anyway, thank you.
Okay. Vicky Meets, followed by Claire Haraki.
Hello, my name is Vicki Meath. I'm the Director of Just Economics, and I'm here tonight because I don't think the city should be considering a tax increase for the bid when we are not paying city staff a living wage. I have followed the city budgets process and appreciate City Council's robust conversation about living wages because we know that we need them. We currently live in a city that is among the highest, if not the highest, cost of living in the state, but with lower starting pay than Buncombe County or cities like Charlotte that start at $22 an hour. We currently have city staff that make nearly $10,000 less than what it would take to qualify for affordable housing for low, moderate income people that the city has subsidized at 80% area median income. We currently have vacancies within the city that prevent us from adequately meeting our core services, and those vacancies add stress to level and overworked feelings of middle management staff. We currently have firefighters who have to commute from Irwin, Tennessee or Spartanburg, South Carolina in order to afford housing on their salaries. We are currently losing staff and losing out on potential staff who simply can't afford to live here. I know this is a tough conversation, and this year we are talking about using fund balance to increase salaries, but we all know that this isn't a sustainable solution. There are really only 2 fiscally responsible ways to increase salaries beyond this year. Either cut services or increase taxes. In light of next year's tax revaluation, we will likely see the need to increase taxes for people all over the city. And I support raising taxes for the things that we need. We need staff for our core services, and those staff need to make a wage that they can live on. We have buildings that have maintenance deferred for too long, infrastructure needs that aren't currently funded, and we need many of the things that are proposed as part of the bond. We need to invest in transit as our city grows. We all know how desperately we need affordable housing. I do not see the same level of need for services that are suggested by the bid. While I do work in the proposed bid and am downtown at least 5 days a week, I live in West Asheville and will not directly have to pay the proposed tax for the bid. My question is, are the same property owners and renters in the proposed bid willing to have their taxes raised both for the things that we need and for to fund core services, including potential increase in taxes next year during revaluation, an increase for the bonds, as well as the bid. If the answer is no, then you cannot support this bid.
Following Claire will be Laura Webb.
Good evening, long evening. I'm here as a native. My name's Laura Webb, as you heard, third generation, a business owner, a property owner in downtown. My family has cared about this community and this region for well over 100 years. You've heard a couple. There have only been a few natives that have been up here, and I'm one of them. My great-grandfather helped be an advocate to form the Great Smokies National Park. My grandfather's first business was in downtown Asheville in 1925. And my mother, if you know the name Gene Webb, the first little park down on the Wilma Dykeman, before it was Wilma Dykeman Greenway, was named after my mother, Gene Webb, who was an advocate to clean up the French Broad River. So my family has cared about this community for years. And I believe I'm one of your constituents, and I'm gonna, I've heard some people feel like that if you don't live in the city, we're not one of your constituents. I believe I am. I'm a business owner, and I'm a property owner, and I pay plenty of taxes for the city of Asheville. And I hear also complaints that you don't hear from the businesses. I'm here as a business owner, and I wanted you to hear and why I stayed late here tonight. And you can see I don't really have, my voice has got a problem. So I am a business owner, and this impacts me. This decision impacts me, and I am in support of this bid. I spend more time over the past 10 years. I moved my business from one place to the other, more time downtown than I do at my home. And I don't feel safe. Like, I'm gonna walk from here down to the Capitol Center, and I'm gonna be a little uncomfortable doing that by myself when I leave here tonight. And I want the place to feel clean and safe, and I've seen the whole gamut of what's happened in the city. So I feel like this could be complementary to the services that the city should provide, but it also can help me as a business owner, me and my employees feel so safe and be proud of this city. So I encourage, as a business owner and a property, and who will be impacted by this, for you to vote in favor of this bid. Thank you.
Courtney Rock, followed by Elliott Rhodes.
Hello, my name is Courtney Roche. I'm a longtime Asheville resident, an organizer with the PSL, and most importantly, I am part of the working class. And I am out here with the majority of others tonight to speak out against this business improvement district. I won't go into what the bid could or should be, or the history of it being yet another tool of furthering gentrification, ever privatizing public space, that it's a tool of further displacing the most poor and dispossessed in our city, or that the bid seems to be rushed through thanks to its big money backing, while reparations for the Black community languishes in committee, while a symbolic resolution to call for a ceasefire in Gaza was soundly rejected, while only hospitals run into the ground by capitalist drive for profit over patients. Shout out to NNU for fighting back, though. No. What I want to talk about is what the working class, the workers of Asheville who make this town run, need and demand. Bids are set up under the guise to supposedly provide health, safety, and security, but the only way to provide safety, health, and security would mean these things: safe, healthy, and secure, good-paying jobs for everyone. Safe, healthy, and secure, affordable housing for all. Put real money into social goods, infrastructure, transportation, sanitation. That is what the workers of this city demand. To keep us safe, to keep visitors of this beautiful mountain safe, we must address the root economic causes of crime. Crimes of capitalism. Police, ambassadors, private security, whatever you want to call it, do nothing to prevent crime. As suggested at the beginning of this meeting, when applause was allowed, in violation of this council's own rules, police do not stop anything. They do not stop crime. They do not stop the biggest crime, which is theft of our wages by business owners, by capitalists, or by landlords from evicting tenants. People are on the street because housing is a for-profit business, not a social good. People turn to prostitution, drugs, and theft because good-paying jobs are basically non-existent, while costs of living skyrocket, which this additional bid tax would also increase. There is no safety in the bid for the people who live and work here. There is no health for us or security. In short, the bid was bad 10 years ago, and the bid is still bad in 2024. We say no to the bid. This issue is divisive because it makes the class division so clear that there is a minority of wealthy business owners and developers who want ever more private control over our public space. And to that, we say no. Fund people's needs and not the narrow interests of these capitalists.
Elliott Rhodes, followed by Casey Gilbert.
Hey, my name is Elliot. I was homeless for about 10 years and only recently became stably housed about 5 years ago. And the reason I was homeless with my kid is because it is really fucking hard to make enough money to afford to live here. I grew up in Western North Carolina. I've been living in Asheville proper about 15 years, kind of back and forth, between here and Boone. And I'm currently a graduate student in the Master's in Public Health program at Mayheck. This will be my second master's degree. I also work for a statewide organization where I focus on homelessness data. And the reason I'm doing that work, again, is because it is really fucking hard to get out of homelessness. It is really hard to navigate the structures that exist, to make enough money to survive. And something that's been really alarming to me in these conversations around the need for a business improvement district and conversations that I see on Facebook and other comments people make is this increasing fear about homelessness. I will hear someone say that they felt afraid because somebody asked them for money. And I have been downtown and had somebody walk up and ask to use my cell phone because his car broke down and his phone was dead and he just started a job at a hotel and I helped him jump his car. Like, it's not hard to help your neighbors, and there's been this increasing divide between people who have homes, who have jobs, who own businesses, and this fear of people who don't have access to housing. And one of the things it reminds me of, I don't know if y'all are following the Grants Pass versus Johnson case, but Brad, you definitely should be on top of that. Particularly, there's a lot, it's a Supreme Court case that's being heard right now over the criminalization of homelessness, specifically whether it's legal to arrest people for sleeping outside. And the distinction between like a baby taking a nap on a blanket, like that's obviously not a crime, but if a homeless person is taking a nap on a blanket, then that's a crime, and it mirrors the conversations that Asheville was having, Parks and Rec and like y'all, the police, about the criminalization of the felony littering defendants a couple of years ago, and whether existing in a park in a tent is a crime. In some conversations, I think Mike Lamb said something to City Council about only enforcing littering against homeless people. And so this is being heard by the Supreme Court, right? And it mirrors the conversations that we're having here. And I know a lot of people have already spoken about why this is a bad idea and who this is safe for. And, I live in a house now. I have a good job. I'm getting more student loan debt. So I kind of sometimes can be a shining example of surviving homelessness, but it shouldn't be as hard as it was for me. I should not, everybody else who's living on the street shouldn't have to do everything that I did to get to this point. There aren't enough services. And the other thing I wanted to bring up is I've also worked downtown. I've worked in West Asheville. I worked at a couple of places downtown. And when I hear local business owners talk about trash and people sleeping outside, I remember coming into the businesses I worked for to open the store in the mornings. And sometimes there would be people sleeping in a doorway. And you know what you do? You say, hey, bud, I need to open the door. Can you move out of the way? Like, it's not hard to treat somebody like they are also your neighbor.
Thank you.
That was fast.
Casey Gilbert, followed by Nicole Lopez.
Good evening, counselors. My name is Dr. Casey T. Gilbert, and I'm an Asheville resident, business owner, and a fan of business improvement districts. Thank you for the opportunity to provide remarks today at this public forum. My goal tonight is to emphasize 3 key points. 1, that business improvement districts are an important and essential economic development tool. 2, that timing is everything when it comes to approving business improvement districts. And 3, that a bid will be a more equitable model for downtown economic development than the current model, which is more of a Main Street approach. Quickly, I want to note that I hold a bachelor's degree in community and economic development, a master's degree in public policy, and a PhD in public policy. I've served as a committee member, a board member, and an executive director of Main Street programs, and as executive director of a business improvement district. I tell you this to affirm my experience with and my love of downtowns. So to my first point, that bids are important economic development tools. According to the International Downtown Association, the membership organization for professional place management leaders worldwide, which was founded in 1954, the place management industry consists of 4,000 place management organizations globally, with 2,500 in North America, employing 100,000 people and paying $3 billion in wages. On average, each organization provides $1.2 million in services in their districts to help businesses thrive and to make the district a great place for workers, for residents, and for visitors. The International Downtown Association is a globally recognized association that supports an industry that is providing essential programs, services, advocacy, and economic development tools for emerging, growing, and established downtowns. Bids across the nation, you've heard this before, but have a renewal rate in excess of 90%, which means that property owners and stakeholders see the value that bids provide year after year. 4,000 place management organizations globally. What an amazing network that Asheville could leverage to help ensure a vibrant and viable downtown for future generations. To my second point, timing. If there were ever a time to approve a business improvement district, I think the time is now. You have 2 organizations representing more than 150 years of service to this community, the Asheville Area Chamber of Commerce and the Asheville Downtown Association, willing and eager to roll up their sleeves and work in partnership with the city and myriad stakeholders to make this happen. You might be thinking it's not an ideal time because Asheville is on all the top lists right now, but everything is cyclical, and having a bid in place when there is a downturn or when things are not going so smoothly will provide an insurance policy for downtown property owners and stakeholders. Downtowns with bids are better able to weather the storms.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have Nicole Lopez, followed by Patty Glazer.
Hello, thank you, Council. My name is Nicole Lopez. I was born and raised in Asheville, and I grew up hanging around in our eccentric and vibrant downtown. I am here today to voice concerns about the proposed bid because I fear it will accelerate the gentrification that's turning my beloved hometown of weirdos into a playground for the wealthy. I'm concerned about the accountability and oversight of the bid. The makeup of the board proposed will function to further consolidate power in the hands of wealthy property owners. We need to ensure that small businesses, downtown renters, employees, yes, downtown workers, and community members are able to have a meaningful seat at this table. I'm extremely concerned about the door that the bid leaves open for the contracting of privatized security to police downtown Asheville. Privatized security forces would allow for an unaccountable, non-public force to police residents. Downtown should be an accessible space for everybody. I fear the impact that this will have, especially on the unhoused community. I'd like to echo what everybody else has said about that, as well as the First Amendment rights on citizens to assemble and protest, or anybody who just doesn't fit in. As somebody who grew up around here, I know just how, what a culture of freaks and weirdos we have here. That's part of what makes Asheville the artsy place that we are. We should not be giving private security contractors or ambassadors, for that matter, discretion to police our residents and decide what is or is not acceptable. Instead, I would love to see the city fully resource and support the community paramedics and co-responder program so that we have trained behavioral health specialists who are qualified to support our neighbors in crisis 24/7. That seems like a baseline service to me for our entire community. Also, at its last meeting, council was presented with the results of the Cease Harm Equity Audit and the Affordable Housing Plan. I wonder, is there any room to incorporate the findings from those two critical presentations and findings into the bid? It seems like it would really be a missed opportunity to have gotten that expertise and then not be able to apply that into whatever structure may come forth from a bid. It's also clear that the main motivation for the establishment of a bid is born of a public safety concern and based specifically on the premise that downtown requires additional services above and beyond the baseline. While I know that there's been a ton of discourse about downtown Asheville being unsafe, the Citizen Times recently reported that there's actually a bit of a mismatch between the rhetoric and the reality. When asked where the most dangerous places in the city are, the Asheville Police Department confirmed to the Citizen Times that despite the attention it was getting, downtown was not the area struggling the most with safety. I would hate to see us focus only on investing in downtown safety instead of investing in our entire community safety. Thank you.
Patty Glazer, followed by Erwin Maston-Drain.
Good evening. I'm Patty Glazer, a 45-year resident of Asheville and also a downtown business and property owner. Although I sent an email to you folks that's similar, I offered this to the public for those who haven't heard this point of view, which represents that of many of the downtown property owners. I encourage you to address the fairness in funding of the bid. Despite having participated in consultant sessions at the Chamber of Commerce and in a recent virtual roundtable session hosted by the Asheville Downtown Association, and having read articles in various publications, I have not seen or heard discussions on the topic of the fairness of funding the bid. Whether one is for or against the idea of a bid and what it may or may not achieve, what is being proposed is not a fair distribution of the additional expense. It unfairly burdens downtown property owners for the benefit of all for services that the city should already be providing. 40% of property within the proposed bid area is owned by non-tax paying entities, city, county, churches, and other nonprofits. Downtown property taxes are already high compared to other parts of town or in the county. As currently proposed, the bid would be financed by additional taxes on downtown properties only, despite the fact that all might benefit. Tourists who visit downtown, the non-tax paying downtown entities, locals who work and play downtown, plus those who rent retail, office, or residential space in downtown who are not property owners. Rather than additionally burdening these same property owners who have weathered the storm through recessions and the pandemic, I would encourage the city to be creative in devising other means for collecting the additional funds, whether it's 1.2 million, 1.4 million, I've heard, to allocate to the downtown area for cleanliness and safety, city services that one would already expect from property taxes. Some of us have long-term local tenants in our buildings. By passing along these additional expenses, many would be priced out of downtown to be replaced by larger companies and chains. The tax burden needs to be shared within the whole metropolitan area and the TDA. If, per the Chamber of Commerce feedback, it then could not be called a bid due to regulations, fine. Gather the funds by casting a wider net and allocate greater funds towards improvements in the downtown area, an area which is a major economic draw to the region. Again, I welcome your input and feedback on addressing the issue of the fairness in funding the concept of a bid. Thank you.
Aaron, followed by Butch Beck.
Evening. Thank you for your time, City Council. My name is Erin Mastandria. I work directly with our houseless community here in Asheville as a permanent supportive housing case manager. And I think when I first started reading about this bid proposal, my main focus is on the safety and dignity of our homeless community. And then I started reading more about this ambassador part of these bid programs. I think, and after sitting here for as long as we have been sitting here, I think my main issue with this kind of project and the money and the resources and the time that go in to this sort of thing, it seems very hollow to me. I think sitting here, it was interesting to start with the talk about South French Broad and the demolition of, this house and the safety issues in this neighborhood, which seemingly are primarily focused and centered around substance use disorder and, what people do when they're living with SUD. And then that circled into AFD not getting paid enough to do what they do. The majority of the experience that I have with the AFD is that they're filling a gap that doesn't exist. They're providing de-escalation, they're reversing overdoses, they are taking care of some of our folks who, don't have the resources otherwise, and they're not getting paid enough. And then we circle back to this situation, this safety situation, and I think what we've been hearing mostly is that people are afraid and they want to feel safe here. And when I hear that and have been following this kind of rhetoric, I think that's focused on our houseless folks. And I think the problem is that, we're not looking at the systemic issues, right? Like a bid is not going to solve the systemic issues that exist in this community. Substance use disorder, affordable housing, persistent serious mental health, those are all public health issues that we need to start focusing on and putting money into and putting time into, not like weird little people walking around downtown in brightly colored polo shirts who are not clinically trained. I watched a promo video for Block to Block for one of the ambassador positions, walking up to a street person with a walkie-talkie and calling somebody magically, and then they just appear. Like, what does that mean? That is my fear, is that this is some sort of Band-Aid that people that are feeling fearful want to just slap on a situation that is exponentially complicated.
Thank you.
I appreciate y'all. Thanks.
Buck Beck, followed by Robert Duncan. Butch Beck, followed by Robert Duncan. Jesse McSwain. Ian Cochran.
Hello, thanks for having me here tonight. I didn't really have a prepared speech. There were a lot of points made tonight from folks who can speak a lot more eloquently than I. But I did want to come because I'm probably one of the younger property owners in the proposed BID. I own properties right now on Wall Street and on Patton Avenue. And I'm staunchly against it, I'll just say. The BID effort, I think, is branded as local business owners taxing ourselves, but that's actually a lie. Everyone in the neighborhood or the proposed district, except for churches, will be required to pay under state law, and that money will go to the private fund, to the privately elected board for them to do whatever they want with it, including hiring polo-clad private security forces who, who knows how well they're trained in de-escalation. So really what we're looking at is this is going to be a privatized mini government that's extracting $1.25 million a year out of taxes from the locals, and it seems very hurried. It seems incomplete. It seems like we're voting on something that a lot of the people that are going to be most impacted by this don't really have a full understanding about how this is going to be implemented. And yeah, I want to just say that I would, as a business owner, I'm worried about the tax too. I'm worried about the fact that I might have to pass on these taxes to tenants, which I would never want to do anyway, but like that's just kind of the way that this works. And I would much rather my increased tax burden to go toward paying for 24/7 community paramedic services or any other service like that the city should already be, responsible for. So in the end, I just want to say, like, whose safety is this actually providing or ensuring? Is it people like that are going to be here for one weekend? Is it going to be tourists? Do we just want to make them feel safe while they're, visiting? Or do we want to actually like cater to the locals here and listen to what everyone has to say and, allocate funds in a way that the local business owners and property owners here actually would like them allocated? So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Kyle Teller, followed by Elizabeth Rawlins.
Hello, I'm Dr. Kyle Teller. I'm a public educator and a resident of Buncombe County. I am urging the council to stop the downtown bid for the following reasons. The bid is not the appropriate response to our city's housing, substance use, and clean public spaces issues. Accessible public sanitation, such as public downtown bathrooms, is an appropriate response. Affordable housing is an appropriate response. Sharps containers, and continuing to build, as everyone here has echoed, the paramedics partnerships. The bid also gives mostly power to wealthy downtown property owners, most of whom we've heard as the supporters tonight. I want to highlight who we've heard in favor and primarily against. Most of the workers we have heard from tonight, if not all of them, have spoken out against the bid. Those with the high income and multiple properties have spoken in favor. Please pay attention to who is speaking in favor and against. Those who are most at risk are speaking perhaps passionately because they are at risk. So, the bid gives most power to wealthy downtown property owners, not renters, not small business owners, and not downtown workers. The tax increase will disproportionately impact small business owners, renters, and our workforce while keeping them out of those seats of power. I saw the adjustment. That adjustment is not far enough. The true root problem with this is that increased taxation that will force out those populations. Now, the bid also lacks transparency. I keep hearing the word framework. I keep hearing inclusivity. Those are not defined enough for my liking. Frankly, as a public educator, and I do this nationally, and I work in equity, unless your policy is equitable, that training will not be effective. That is not an appropriate resource or funding response. The bid promotes further marginalization of our city's most vulnerable communities through its Clean and Safe program. Again, my work is not only in public education, but cultural studies and research. Clean and Safe has been a dog whistle against marginalized communities for so many decades. This is so founded. You can even just Google Scholar any article you want and find this. So, the bid lacks clarity and consideration of the impact through this vagueness. Other people have directly quoted some of this, such as any activities deemed out of the ordinary or those who appear antisocial. These are too vague and increase the promotion of discriminatory practices. Downtown ambassadors are not equipped to address the effects of our housing crisis. De-escalation training for people who are not experienced, who are not crisis counselors, who are licensed or paramedic trained responders are not going to be trained enough to respond to the crises we see downtown. And these crises are caused from a lack of housing and substance use disorders that need empathetic responses to our neighbors. Further, the rising cost of living and working downtown in Asheville continue to exacerbate and highlight our city's deeper issues, a lack of living wages and affordable housing in a tax and rent hike driven city. The bid proposes that workers sanitize downtown. This work can be done by our public sanitation workers. Thank you.
Thank you. Elizabeth Rawlins, followed by Keith Wolf.
I'm Elizabeth Rawlings. I live in Asheville. And as I've been wondering about bids, I dug into the research about bids, reading papers from think tanks and from peer-reviewed journals. And it's interesting, despite what I've heard a few times this evening, a lot of the papers that I read found that the economic benefits of bids are mixed. Some papers are like, yeah, they're awesome. Some papers say that they don't do very much. I also found, which was mentioned earlier tonight, that bids cause property values to rise. In one study, 15% more than the rest of the city. And while owners may see this as a boon, this will make living in Asheville more difficult, increase homelessness, and harm small businesses. Renters will be harmed by the property values going up unless there is something done to mitigate that. But a paper from UC Berkeley gave me one question I would really like to pose tonight to everyone. Do bids, or does this bid, offer attractive events and services to support all within their boundaries, or do they help and attract some at the expense of others? The research says that more often than not, they exclude. They bring in some people and push out others. But what would a bid look like that served all within its boundaries? Not this. Maybe there could be a bid that had services for unhoused neighbors instead of just moving them around to other parts of the city. Private businesses should not be the ones to regulate and control public space because their vested interest is in their bottom line and not necessarily in building our community. It's not in belonging. I just want to read a couple more things that I found in these papers. This one is from a paper called 50 Years of Bids from the Urban Studies Journal. While some studies examined whether bid tactics reduced crime rates, many scholars argued that these supposed crime control strategies are used to protect an image of clean and controlled environment rather than reducing crime. They're a form of image-oriented policing that attempts to enhance consumption activity by dispelling fears associated with urban disorder and homelessness. And bids facilitate information flows and a privileged platform of communication between actors above, such as urban planners, developers, politicians, the people in charge, to legitimize their enforcement of power and gentrification over low-income residents who are below. I really hope that you vote no on this. Could be ways that this could be done well, but until we consider the entire community that's living there and how everyone can benefit, this is not it.
Keith Wolf.
Hi, I'm relatively new to Asheville, just living here 3 months, but I've been coming here as a street artist for about 15 years over the years. And I've traveled the country for nearly 30 years as a street artist. I've been on the street level and I've watched scores of dilapidated urban environments enriched and brought to life by artists and craftsmen and local businesses alike, only to be bought up by real estate conglomerates, big business, and sold out by power-hungry governments. I came to Asheville to retreat from those non-communities. I want to say big up to the real heroes in the Asheville, the fire department. As a guy who spends hours on the street, 4 to 10 a day, I see them constantly responding to health and safety issues. But as for Asheville police, I see one or two units or more a day sitting on the same block for hours and hours in multiple spots. Recently, while doing my juggling magic show, I was assaulted by a meth addict. Responding Officer Bailey, 4020 badge number, refused to apprehend the perpetrator, who was still in view with multiple witnesses, because I refused to give him my social security number. If police are unwilling to do their job, what will ambassadors do? I see multiple officers playing chess on taxpayers' dollars and taking mascot dogs for walks. If this is how city manages resources, what will unaccountable bids be up to other than selective enforcement? I've seen bid ambassadors in other cities such as San Diego constantly violate civil rights of residents, throw gang signs, and represent actual street gangs with their verbiage. Bids have replaced organized crime protection rackets and are unaccountable to no one but those that pay them, and those are usually the real estate conglomerates and big businesses. One of the biggest bids I've seen in the nation is in the Tenderloin of San Francisco, and that place sucks. And literally see their employees sell drugs while in uniform, and who knows what other criminal activity they allow if the envelopes are filled right. They may wash shit off the streets every night, but they do nothing but sweep the real problems under the rugs while fleecing the people and until only the corporations remain to pay their extortion rates and leave the citizens strung out along the sidewalks. I was recently trespassed from all parks for juggling in Pritchard Park, encouraged by Officer Bailey, Asheville Park and Rec, through the Asheville Park and Rec Rangers and wardens. They violated my constitutional rights, and I will be bringing suit. What will low-paid ambassadors of a bid be doing? Government should be accountable to their electors, not installed by big business. Pensions should be withheld from officials who violate the constitutional rights of their employers. Are there policies and ordinance the city managers put in place, such as no performing in parks and others, bringing in so many suits that they need a private entity as buffers to their public image and deflections to their lawsuits?
Thank you, Mr. Wolf. Okay, it looks that ends our public comment.
We understand. Sorry. 10 more speakers.
Where's the other page? Wait. 10 more. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, Sophia Hull. Followed by Kyra Kavanaugh. Charlie, okay, thanks.
Hello, City Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. I'm Kyra Kavanaugh, a resident of the Sawyer Motor Building, just a couple blocks away, and I'm here tonight to ask you to vote no against this bid. As a downtown resident, I do not feel heard. Sending out information about informational meetings is not the same as listening, gathering feedback, and inviting input. And what does clean and safe mean? I thought it was interesting that it's a documented dog whistle, because that's how I felt the first time I heard it. If I wanted to live in a city that's safe and clean, which I read as homogeneous and white, I would have moved to Greenville, South Carolina. I've lived downtown here for 2 years. We moved from the Chicago area. I've never felt unsafe. My husband and I go for a nightly walk. We've walked all over the area, including all the way down French Broad. So what does it mean to feel unsafe? Does it mean walking by someone who's yelling loudly or mumbling a request for assistance? We don't have a graffiti problem. We have an opportunity to address homelessness, mental health, and substance abuse disorders, and we have underserved communities that need our help. But the bid specifically excludes addressing homelessness, which is one of our biggest challenges in Asheville. So like your $500,000 toilet, you're ready to divert $1.25 million to still not address the actual problems facing our city. I ask you to stop this and to prioritize the recommendations made last January by the National Alliance to End Homelessness. You've made very little progress on those recommendations, which, if well underway, would have started to address some of the concern that I fundamentally believe is energizing this bid in the first place. This bid creates another bureaucracy to address the issues that the current city bureaucracy is incapable of addressing. And if you really want another $1.25 million to address these issues, then please raise our taxes and earmark the money for the public servants you heard here tonight who are in charge of caring for our city so that they can be in charge of making the city safe and clean. You've mentioned you'd issue an RFP for an oversight of the bid, but it was clear in the presentation that I saw in early April that it was a foregone conclusion that the ADA and the chamber would be in charge. So I think if you really don't believe that that's the case, I think they need to be told that. There also needs to be a limit put in place to create accountability or criteria for potential tax increases. For us, it would be about $1,000 a year and then another $50 every year. And what will be the responsibility or the criteria for those increases? I worry that this money can also be redirected to development and other agendas supportive of business, not residents, since they'll have majority seats on the board. And small independent business owners, like me, are oftentimes barely hanging on with rising rents, having to pay and then apply for hardship is unrealistic. Many are hanging on and won't qualify for whatever the hardship requirements will be, which will then force them out, and here come the larger chains, and then I should have moved to Greenville. So please vote no and prioritize the recommendations of the National Alliance to End Homelessness now. Take your responsibility for addressing the needs of our underserved population seriously by prioritizing that now. Creating a new bureaucracy is simply a way for you to continue to ignore the core responsibilities to address the voices of your constituents. And where on earth is the mayor? It speaks volumes that she's not here.
It's Passover, so she's with her family celebrating.
Deborah Karash, followed by Charlie Farish.
Thank you for hearing us out. I just want to say to start with, I was really insulted by your comment that suggested that our opinions are unconsidered and like off the cuff and rote, and that we haven't considered why we might be against the bid. Because I think that, judging by what I've heard here tonight, there are a lot of people who are much more, much brighter and well-spoken than I'm going to be, who have really done their research and really considered the ramifications of this bid. For me personally, some of it's financial. I'm an artist. I have worked very, very hard, usually 14 hours a day, to be able to get to a point where I can live in downtown Asheville. And I love it, and I'm very excited to be here. But I find this tax to be unacceptable. It's taxation without representation, and I don't think that's right. Perhaps there's something I don't see, but I feel like if the businesses downtown want a cleaner Asheville, go out in front of your business and clean it up. We had a business when I lived in Bakersville. We went out every day, swept the sidewalk in front of our building. If there was trash, we picked it up and threw it away. If the trash can on the corner was full, we took it out and we took it to the dump, because we cared about our city. When the city needed to have flowers planted, we put a committee together and we planted flowers on the bridge to make it pretty. I don't see any reason why Asheville downtown businesses can't do that. Maybe that's what the Downtown Business Association should spend their time doing, instead of sitting around spending the city's money to get a study that tells them something that they already knew from 10 years ago. I think it's very disappointing. I feel like they could do better, but they want to take our money and use it to enhance their businesses. I mean, I love local business. I'm a local business person. I have my own business. My partner has his own business. We work very hard, but we don't want to spend our money on a taxation that won't help us, won't solve any of the problems, and is a completely, it's too nebulous. You know, we don't know what we're getting for that money. I think that everyone in the city enjoys what happens in downtown Asheville. If you need more tax money to keep the downtown clean, to pay our firefighters and policemen and mental health workers, then tax the whole city, tax the whole county, because we are the county, aren't we the county seat? Our city buildings are here. Let's tax the whole city. Thank you.
Charlie Farish.
Council members, I speak to you today having spent several years working downtown hospitality as an employee, not a business owner or even a manager, just an employee, which might be a shock given how many of us have voiced our unequivocal support for this bid. But it is through slammed weekend doubles as a server and graveyard shifts in front of a flat top that I urge you to reject it. The amount of warning signs which back mine and everyone else's concerns is staggering, as has been amplified by extended testimony. Vague language and misrepresented taxation by proxy all but predict what this proposal will lead to. The homeless being targeted and brutalized, a glaring precedent set for both civil and labor rights violations, including one that's currently being answered for through a lawsuit against a company whose name is on this proposal, just a general piss-poor allocation of taxpayer dollars. This is not a rush to strike down a proposal before we've heard it out. This entire evening has been an attempt to prevent its rushed approval before we are heard out. This proposal is a thinly veiled attempt to clear out the riffraff. It disregards so many who live and work here. The shift meals I've given to people on the street have been a greater contribution towards this community than that proposal could ever hope to be. Please reject this bid. And it is pronounced Freireich.
Thank you. Linda Buckley, followed by Bree Snyder.
Good evening. My name's Linda Buckley, and I am a resident of downtown Asheville. We actually just moved here about 9 months ago, and I love being here. I want to, on a general note, say, as a resident, as opposed to a business, I honestly don't see a benefit to me for the extra tax money I'll be paying. I want to say that when I first heard about this, that second line up there, local improvements, I got a little bit excited because I thought it might address a concern I have, but it's become very clear to me that's not part of the agenda for it. As you can see, I walk with a rollator walker. And yes, most of the Asheville curbs have the curves down. But when you get to the bottom of that, often the asphalt's not there and my wheels would get stuck. And I'm always lifting my walker up. Or there'd be places where the sidewalk, there's like a 2-inch thing. That's like hitting a brick wall when you walk with a walker. And I'm right now in front of one of the government buildings down on Cox Avenue. There's some kind of cover or grate cover or something missing, and there's just like this square hole. It's about 2 inches deep. It's been there for a few weeks. So I have to say, I had to get a new walker. My old one was wearing out, so I bit the bullet, put the big money in, and got what I call my 4-wheel drive model. It has the great big wheels on the front, so now I can go a lot better. But I love being downtown where I can walk everywhere. But it really is a struggle a lot of the times for me. And I want to say that I'm probably not the only person who walks with a walker or uses a wheelchair. And I'm sure a lot of the people that come to visit Asheville, the tourists that everyone's so interested in, there are many of those people who have handicaps of some type, disabilities. So, you know, the one word I do hear is welcoming. He wants Asheville to be more welcoming. Well, Asheville needs to be welcoming to everyone, even those with disabilities. So, thank you.
Bry Snyder, followed by Emily Argonata. Okay.
Hello, Council. My name is Bree Snyder. I would like to begin by asking you to refrain from looking at your phone or scrolling Facebook or email while the people you represent speak. It is humiliating, honestly. UC Berkeley Law School conducted and published data supporting that bids increase violence on homeless populations. Bid policing activities can violate state, federal, and international law. Federal courts have held it is cruel and unusual punishment to see homeless people as criminals simply for doing what they have to live. It is unavoidable to sleep. I don't know if you've tried. These districts also violate domestic and international property and speech law. The bid is undemocratic. It has been shown to increase violence on our most vulnerable community members, such as our gender nonconforming, our trans, and our homeless community, who are out of the ordinary, potentially. I beg you to vote no on any type of bid and leave with you, who the hell are you helping? Because your only supporters are those set to directly profit from the bid. These business owners will not be paying the bill. They will pass that cost down to their guests and down to their employees. They will not pay for this. So who the hell would the bid help? You want to know why non-business owners are upset and distrusting? It's because we have a whole lot more to hell to lose. We are up here fighting for our living and for our literal homes, as we cannot afford to pay rent in this town. They are fighting for extra profits on top of the profits they are already making on our backs. So I ask you yet again, and I'll leave you with yet again, who the hell is this bid helping? Thank you.
Emily, followed by, is it Tato Harvey?
Thank you. You did such a great job with my name. It is Emily Argonada. Emily Argonada. I had some things prepared, sort of, but I want to speak to the fact that I'm a native also, and someone noted there's not been a lot of us up here. I'm different from those natives in the sense that I don't have generational wealth. I'm the first person that has grown up and lived here, and my parents moved from elsewhere to here, to raise me here specifically, because they felt it would be a safe and clean and beautiful place. The insurance policy that they had was at that time, and I'm 42, okay? I'm claiming that right now, was that we cared about each other. And I know that may sound corny, it may sound cliche, but it is really how I feel when there's been things said about how the Chamber and the Downtown Association wants to roll up their sleeves. I'm not sure what sleeves they've got to roll up. I haven't seen them like I have seen the Public Works employees that have theirs rolled up. And if you look on the Asheville City website for who's hiring, it was spoken about how the Downtown Association representative notated that a professional housekeeper is what they're looking for. Well, they're looking to pay a professional housekeeper and be managed with this $1.4 million when there are openings for custodians and laborers that are $18.25 an hour. There are recreation support, temporary seasonal employees for $18.25 an hour, no benefits. These are the people that our city, we are showing and demonstrating what their worth is by what we are offering to pay them. And if the professional housekeepers are not getting a fair wage, a living wage in our city, but we're willing to pay an outsourced private group, much like something that happened similarly with Ramada, which we trusted an outside source group. And I would hate for something like that to happen again. I just want to speak also, there's plenty of articles, and we'll send them to you, but it's important to note that one of the studies that were done in DC as a part of this, from the Racial Equity Impact Assessment by the Friendship Heights Business Improvement District Amendment Act of 2023, the DC Council Office of Racial Equity says basically that it does not address historical patterns of exclusion, but renews skewed patterns of wealth creation. Thank you, Council, for your time.
Thank you. Tato Harvey, followed by Laurel Taylor.
Hi. I have lots of feelings about this. I wasn't planning on speaking anything tonight because I have some pretty intense social anxiety. I could be one of those people that is labeled as out of the ordinary. I'm transgender. I struggle with mental health things, and I really like this place that I'm getting to know. I'm curious about how many of these people who say that they are scared and afraid to be on these streets, how many of those people have actually formed connections and have attempted to see past a homeless person's grime, a homeless person's cardboard sign? Have they reached out and said something like, "How was your day?" And I'm getting past myself. I think a lot of us are passionate about this because because we care, and yeah, that's all.
Eric McDonald. Eric McDonald. Okay. Well, no, that was table talk. Yeah. Okay, well, that sort of ends our public comment this evening. Does any council person or member would like to say anything before we adjourn?
Well, I know we don't respond to public comment, but I just wanted to speak generally to just thank you for showing up. I work downtown as your council member. I commute through downtown almost every day with some of our most vulnerable neighbors at the transit center. I see people on their way to weddings and funerals and getting their groceries, and I just know we could do better at taking care of each other. I want to support our local businesses. I want to take care of our mountain home. I'm hearing like a thread, and I think Nina spoke to it, just a touch of it, was I see the impact of over-reliance on tourism, the burden on our infrastructure, the displacement of our neighbors, and the extraction of our tax dollars. And I wonder, what would it look like if we had some of that money to invest in our community? How powerful would it be? That's the question I think I have for the chamber. That's what we can carry back tonight for now. Is the chamber willing, and the Downtown Association willing, to get behind our legislative agenda and ask for those resources that are in that legislative agenda? That would benefit all of us. We don't have our sales tax revenue that we generate. We don't have our hotel occupancy taxes are going into advertising for more people to come here when we can't take care of the people and the visitors here. Like, I think we're all witnessing that struggle. And I'm not okay with just piling on taxes on top of taxes when it's like the cost is just too high. But it's been a long time since I've worked downtown. I used to work in the service industry until 3 or 4 in the morning, because cleaning up Beer City, USA, it doesn't happen before 3 in the morning. And you're cleaning up a whole huge dance party and everyone just had an awesome time and left you a nice mess in the bathroom. There's not transportation at that hour. It's hard to like find folks who are, working the grill and like to walk each other home and to wait for each other. And my coworkers did that, but I haven't had that experience in a long time as like my paying job. And so for everybody who's struggling to make ends meet tonight and came down here and spent all these hours, it means the world to me. It really does. So thank you.
If that's it, we're adjourned.
We're adjourned.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone, for being here.
Still.